Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Thursday, October the 14th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Need a couple of yeses to make sure you guys can hear me and see my screen. Thank you, William. All right, what's happening this morning? Yeah, so I demonstrated to myself. Somebody asked yesterday, can you use Brokerage Plus to buy and sell in the pre-market? And I knew you could, but I took this one. This is this gravy, with the Amazon in his press release. So I took the gravy, GRVI, and got out of it. Big $30 profit. This isn't a simulator, of course. So just to demonstrate that you can use Brokerage Plus, buy and sell in the pre-market as long as you go in limit orders. NRXP. This is gapping up. This is a virus play. Is it still holding? Yeah, it's kind of holding. I mean, it got up to 1374. Had a big day yesterday, huge day yesterday. I'm sorry, the day before. What are we now? Thursday. So this was Tuesday. This is yesterday, and now it's gapped above the high of Tuesday. Gamble, GMBL, is an earnings play. We're starting to get into more and more of these companies releasing earnings. Next week we'll have a far bigger release of companies, about over 200. Following week it'll probably be about 800. But at any rate, Gamble, GMBL, released earnings. Market reaction, obviously, I shouldn't say obviously, but this is this mauve area here. This is our after hours designation, so you can see they released earnings after hours. There is the reaction, and still kind of holding. Mrs. Nice, good morning to you too. This one had gapped up. I don't know if the gap is held, K-O-R-E, don't know anything about them. It's a big gap up though. I guess this was probably a SPAC or something before. So it's above this area here. We can tell it probably was a SPAC because it's positioned in a lifetime range. It's only 39% within its lifetime range. So it must have, when it was a SPAC, it must have been a lot higher. At any rate, it is gapped up. I don't see any specific reason for it. Now, a couple of the China fins, Tiger and FUTU, not FUTU, yes, FUTU. A couple of the China fins have gapped down. Another little news about maybe the Chinese regulators are going to, what were my notes on this? Facing regulatory issues. Okay, so anyway, this is Tiger, gapping down 11%, and also FUTU. Probably gapping up, down about the same amount, 8%. So both of those are being hit. Morning, Ron. TSRI, gap up. They basically said that Q1 sales are good. How's that? Q1 sales are good. So it's a big gap up. Look at that float. Wow, 1.1 million in the float. It's up 28%. 583,000 have traded already. This is going to trade the float several times today. So the big area, can it take out 12? Did get up to 17 a few days ago. This is on that volume right there. My guess is that volume will be eclipsed today. OPAD had a price target put on it of $12. It almost hit it, and then it was back down. I think that's the only news I could see. JMP Securities. Hellbiz, HLBZ. So I almost took this one just because. I'm glad I held off. Did get up to $14. They're going to be They're going to be live streaming. I think this is an Italian in Italy at any rate. Let me just see what they do exactly. Well, they're going to be streaming live an NFL team. Okay, they didn't say which NFL team, but in Italy. So anyway, that was the big news for this one, HLBZ. And our friend Zorro, maybe his prediction will come true. $25 in now 13 days. A little gap down now for TTM, some profit taking, obviously. TTM. Sophie, SOFI, keeps inching its way to $20, getting closer and closer to that $25 price target put on by, I can't remember who it was. Either JP Morgan or Morgan Stanley, one of the bigger brokerages though. In INQ is gapping up. They had some news earlier, something to do with a quantum computer, the University of Maryland. This was on the 11th, so it had a little gap up on the 11th. I see Fuel Cell is popping into my list. Fuel Cell, FCEL. It's got some work to do to get through this though, this $8 level. All right, what time is it? It is 9:12. Okay, I'm going to check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades I have from briefing.com. We're in for a big open, by the way. Look at the SPY. SPY has got a nice big gap up. We'll have to see, of course, what happens once the market opens, see if it holds or fades. But in the meantime, let's take a look at briefing.com and what do they have. Actually, we've got a fairly extensive list of each. More downgrades than upgrades, so I'll get a few of them in. We have an upgrade for AT&T after its disastrous few days. Now, interesting, we have an upgrade for I from Morgan Stanley. Let me take a look at what I is doing. I don't know, for some reason I thought this was a cheaper stock. Must be thinking of one of the other ones. And we have an upgrade for DK from Goldman. Let's see what DK is doing. All right, keep an eye on this one. I mean, it's it's broken through the 200-day moving average, DK. Excuse me, now I'll get some of the downgrades in. What I'm really looking for also is multiple downgrades. In other words, the same company being downgraded by several brokers. I'm not seeing that this morning. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Excuse me. Now let's take a look at the sectors, see what's happening pre-market with the sectors. I'm going to click on New from our toolbar, and then I'm going to click on Dock Channel Bar, and then I'm going to find the sector status channel, which is right here. And this is what we have. So everything is up, even energy. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors, and these are the stocks that make up the major sectors. So for instance, XLE, these are the stocks that make up XLE. Every single one of them is above yesterday's close. That's what that 100% means. Okay. Technology, 95%, and almost 96% of them. Financials, 90%. Consumer staples, 100%. So virtually everything other than real estate only up 65%. But this is going to be a robust open. Look at communications, 100%. Whew, you can't change the order of the channels. So everything's up this morning, guys, to start off the day. Of course, that can change once this market opens, but right now, everything is up. You know what, Jeff? If you want, send something to info@trade-ideas and demand as a suggestion. Coming from our customers, more powerful than coming from me. Not saying it'll ever happen, but it's worth a shot. I know you're kidding, Peter, but it's true. I mean, coming from the customers rather than coming from myself. Keep an eye on VLD. VLD, I just read something on it this morning, something to do with Kathy Wood's course. VLD, she's invested some, I don't know, 100,000 shares. I cannot increase the size of I tried once before and it slowed down my system. So if somebody has some website I can go to, I can try again. But I used to have a giant cursor on my end. This is giant on my end. What you see, I guess it must have something to do with the resolution of how you're seeing my screen. But on my end, this is a giant cursor. Okay, so well, how to use it? I mean, there's no. It's just you get an alert. How you trade it will be up to you. Okay. I mean, there's no right or wrong way to use it. When I get an alert from my option scanner, of course, the first thing I'm doing, I'm checking, because anything I get from my option scanner is either going to be at the high of the day or the low of the day. So, of course, immediately I'm checking to see what sort of room does it still have. When I say that, I'm talking about looking left on a daily, weekly, and a monthly chart. I want to see where the next high is. And where could it so in other words, where's the next high? Could that stall it? So if that next high is far enough away, then it becomes a strong candidate for me to take the trade. If it's if it's close, I probably don't take the trade until it broke. So, that's how I use it. How you're going to use it will be up to you. Oh, I can, Becca, don't believe me. I talk and I say this is what customers are talking about. But you know what? All of us, that's me, one voice. What if 100 of you, send email at tradeideas.com and wanting the same thing? I'm not saying to do that, but I'm just saying. Yeah, this gravy, I mean, Again, this was a demonstration I did myself. I wanted to prove to people that you can actually trade using this Brokerage Plus window in the pre-market. You just have to go in limit orders. You can't go in a market order. So I had bought this and then I sold it in the pre-market. Douglas, well, and speaking of the test drive, today is Thursday, so still time if you want to take part in this test drive that we have right now, the test drive meeting. You can try us out for the balance of today, plus another 6 trading days. There is the test drive link. You click on it, and this is what you're going to see. So it will cost the $11.11. You're not going to get 10 full trading days, but if you think it's worth it to have basically 7, the balance of today, plus tomorrow and then next week, then go for it. You'll have access to the full premium service. I'm here in Sava. Ooh, I'm here in Sava on the way down. Sava on the way down. So, whoa, there's a big gap down for Sava. Of course, this has been a beaten up stock, questioning their results. This is an Alzheimer drug. They got absolutely hammered here, had a little rally, but continues down, really. I've got something going on in our YouTube room. It doesn't allow me. It's not allowing me to post. I can read your posts, but I am not able to post, which is not good because sometimes some of you are going to want my links. Let me see if I can just pop out the chat again. Hopefully, this is just a momentary blip. I am actually signed out. Okay, just give me a moment here. 9:22. We've got to scramble now. Just give me a moment, guys. I'm just having problems in our YouTube room. All right, I think I'm back in YouTube. Is somebody in YouTube? I can do a test and see. Okay, I guess I'm back. Okay, something happened to the stream. I guess I'm back. All right. Yeah, there has to be a reason for that big gap down for Sava. You know, that was actually up in the pre-market, and then all of a sudden just got thumped all the way down to 51. It's definitely frisky right now. This is another one. RDW was okay. Well, it's down a little bit. And a nice pop at the end of the day. After hours kind of held, drifting down a little bit. But remember, this is where it came from, so it's still above that area. RDW. Sophie getting closer and closer to 20. And so FI getting closer and closer to 20. The high over here a few months ago was 1924, so it's above that high. So the all-time high is up here at around $25. Though I think what happened, this is, I believe this was a SPAC, so that's why it says 53%. In other words, this had to be at one time probably around $38 when it was a SPAC. Speaking of SPACs, one of those SPACs, I can't remember what it was, has canceled a merger. Saw that in the pre-market, has canceled a merger. And the stock actually went up a little bit. Buenos dias, Diego. Okay, give me a moment, please. Morning, Trader Ken. DK is moving higher on the Goldman upgrade. DK moving higher on the Goldman upgrade. This is relatively significant. I mean, look over here, way over here. This is in July, and the high was what, 2082. So it's above that high right over here. It's through the 200-day moving average. Of course, this is a energy play. All the energy stocks are up today from yesterday's close. So this is definitely, oh well, not definitely, but more than likely reacting to the Goldman upgrade. There you go, William. Thank you. Yes, we have 1 minute or less than 1 minute to the open. Let's have another great trading day, everybody. Now, typically, I do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. Rodax Hair, haven't seen you there for a while. Somebody in our YouTube room, I recognize the nickname anyway. Haven't seen you for a while. All right, 2, 1, bingo. We are now open, so let's see what happens. So Our big flyer from yesterday, Jasper, JSPR. That's our big flyer from yesterday. Still active, a lot of volume coming in. All right, now I know something just showed up in our option scanner. And to be honest, I'm not sure why. Because I thought I had a 10-minute delay on this. I have an old version. Just give me a moment. Give me a moment, please. All right, well, TSRI is on the move here. TSRI on the move. There's the pre-market high, TSRI. Very, very low float. 1.1 million in the float. Did have some news this morning, Q1 sales. I don't know if it's better than expected, but a lot of things can whip up and down in the first 15 minutes. Is typically why I do not like to trade in the first 15. SPY is holding, so we've got a big giant open. Look at the Dow is up, Tech is up, SPY is up, everything is up. Happy days, people. Yeah, the volume is coming back into JRVI. Lots and lots of volume, JRVI. They put Amazon in their press release and boom. They did also put in a revenue forecast. So it wasn't just about Amazon, but it also was a revenue forecast. Another very low float. So again, take these. I said yesterday, do not wander away from your computer. I have not seen Fubo for a while. F-U-B-O. Look at Fubo. Not seen it for a long time. Coming into the 200-day moving average, 28.76. Let's see if it stalls there and bounces back. All right, guys, GRVI, volume surging in, biggest volume bar of the day, compared to what was happening in the pre-market. Look at that, 22 million have traded, 6.9 in the float. That's traded the float 3 times already. The high in the pre-market was 871. So again, it's early. Wow, okay, guys, there goes GRVI. For some of you liking take the early trades, this is a huge pop. A huge pop and then a huge drop. I mean, that's what I'm talking about. You trade in the first 15. These are the things that can happen. Look at that. It got all the way up to 888 and it just gapped down. almost $1. All right, I'm looking at some of the, again, some of the high flyers. NRXP is fading. Sophie actually kind of faded, keep trying to come back, but Aloe from yesterday, my goodness, look at this one. Aloe from yesterday, really trying to continue to fill in this gap. This was a big, 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 big winner from the option scanner yesterday. Huge winner. Okay, GRVI is coming back again. Just be careful on it. I mean, you know, low float, low float. All right, so what is the market doing? The market is holding its gain so far. There's a red bar trying to form, the first one. Okay, now the first AI alert, way outside of my price range. I do see core. Yeah, buyers coming back. So the pre-market highs were way up here at 933. I couldn't see any specific news on it. There was some news on, you know, the 12th, but I cannot see any specific news on it. Give me a moment, please. No specific order, Ron? No, you just load it? Question was, ooh, this must have kept this in accidentally. Let me get rid of that. This was, I was just demonstrating how to do things in the pre-market using Brokerage Plus. No, when you load the sector status window, whatever the order is, that's what it's going to be. Yeah, core is halted. Yes, KORE is halted. Meanwhile, Aloe just continues its surge here. Look at this potential gap to fill. Wow. You know, Tiger showing up on the 10-day breakdown and also in my gap down. I'm not 100% sure about this one. What's the low right here? 732. So Aloe's volume, yeah, this will show up on the scanner soon, on the option scanner soon. Again, the option volume has to be at least 2,000 contracts, so we're at 3,000. And the option volume today, it's going to show up, the minute it takes out this high up here, it's going to show up if it does. Because the option volume has to be at least 300%, so we're at 300% now. The second this takes out this high right here, it's going to show up in the option scanner. Now, admittedly, it's going to be pretty extended. Yeah, you're right. Now, I haven't seen this for a while. I know what you're talking about. We see 853, 1133 for core on the projected bid ask. I haven't seen something like that for a long time. And this is what I'm talking about. This is from Interactive Brokers, okay? This has nothing to do with trade ideas. This can give you a glimpse into what might happen when it opens, but you know, this is extreme, okay, with the bid ask, such a difference. All right, well, the gravy GRVI, it's still looking interesting. I mean, it's been choppy. Look at this big topping tail here in the 5-minute chart, some bottoming tails, but it looks like, I mean, there's the high over here, 937 on the month there. There is the high over here, so it's almost at an all-time high. And core just opened. What did it open at? All right, so core opened. Wow, and it's exploding on the open. SPY is still strong. It's holding its gains, pre-market gains. Market is holding the pre-market gains. Give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. All right. If you saved, David, if you had a question from David in our YouTube room, if you saved everything to the cloud, it's all there for you. If you didn't, you're out of luck. So I don't know how long ago was long ago, David, but if you saved everything to the cloud, then everything is still there. As long as you use the same email address to sign up again that you used when you were a subscriber a while ago, okay? But if you didn't save it to the cloud, you're out of luck. Ooh, so you guys talking about plug at the open on the short. Okay. We do have a warrants symbol list, Michelle. If you right click, configure. Somebody asked, do we have a warrants, a scanner for warrants? So if you right click in an alert window, click on configure, click on symbol lists, and then add existing lists. Okay, so what you want to find is something called all warrants. It'll be down here somewhere. You just have to scroll a little bit, and when you see all warrants, click on it, and it'll move over to this column here. And then you can, if you just want to scan for companies that have warrants, just check. This is a drop-down menu, and just check only the following list and check it, and then you'll just be looking at companies that have warrants. Okay? So again, right click on an alert window, configure, symbol lists, add existing list, find the one that says all warrants testing, and then this drop down menu, click on it, it'll move over to this column, check it, and make sure you have only the following list in this drop down menu, okay? All right, so GRVI is kind of holding here. So this does not trade options, so this is not going to show up in the option scanner. Well, here it goes, guys. GRVI is starting to go. Can it take out 9? Let's see. Their high is 884. That's the high. That's the first opening candle, the first 5-minute opening candle. 15-minute opening candle, of course. So it got right to that level. Yes, it was a fabulous job. It took a long time. Tom in our YouTube group is commenting on our new user guide. I think it is fabulous. It took a long time to do. Stephanie, sort of actually the latest person to join the TI. The TI crew is the one who put it together. And it took a long time, but it's well worth it. This is what I'm talking about. Actually, if you look in the user guide to Panga, you probably see something. I'm sure you'll see something about the AI, but when you say but I can probably show you, when you say a video detailing how to enable Holly, what exactly do you mean by that? Do you mean just to see the alerts as they come in, like this? Because all you have to do is click on, from our toolbar, click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. This is the window that you'll see, and you just wait for the alerts to happen. Is that so? By enabling, is that what you mean? There, wow, GRVI now through 9, guys. This is the star today. GRVI is definitely the star today so far. Okay, so are you talking about auto trading, or are you talking about just, manually? First of all, we don't recommend auto trading the AI. Okay, number one. So are you talking? But is that what you're talking about? The AI is like a watch list. Okay, are you part of the test drive, Topanga? Okay, but are you talking about? Are you part of the test drive? Okay. Oh, okay. You won't. Then I don't know how to help you. I'm going to have to send you to tech because the only thing in this test drive, but you're not part of it, that we're not allowing is auto trading the AI. Okay. But are your strategies enabled? Here are the AI strategies. You have to turn them all on. You have to turn them all on. If you're trying to, with your E-Trade account, you have to turn them all on, first of all. Enable. Okay. Now, one of the reasons why they may not be executing. Now, if you're trying to execute things right out the open, I know that E-Trade, that is something that we've been working with. Come on, get off. That E-Trade does not allow, in the first 10 minutes, it's been a real issue, or the first 5 minutes have been an issue with E-Trade. After that, everything seems to work well. But what you can do is go to our homepage and indicate that you're trying to auto trade using E-Trade. You're not part of the test drive, and it's not working well. And I think what they're going to tell you is that with E-Trade, in the first 5 minutes, it doesn't like auto trading. Okay. Now, have you practiced in our simulator first, though, before you're doing this? I can't stop somebody from auto trading the AI. Hardly recommend against it, but if you want, you can always try to see what it looks like by using our simulator first. Yeah, William, that's what we're finding also. You're saying E-Trade, delicately put, sucks the first 5 to 10 minutes of the day. That's what that's what we're up against. People trying to auto trade the AI or anything, even I guess their own strategies using E-Trade. In the first 5 minutes, it doesn't like it. Okay, so now it's 9:53. You see, so it's past that first. Yeah, it was the E-Trade lag. Yes, it is. It is an issue, and other people just manually trading people don't like E-Trade in the first 15 minutes. So anyway. All right, so the initial flurry of excitement is now past us. HLBZ. Okay, so on the move again. Big pre-market pop up to 14. They're going to be streaming in Italy an undisclosed NFL team. All right, cannabis, CGC, canopy growth is on the move here. CGC, are you kidding me? Okay, so Canopy eyes U.S. expansion with weed gummies. maker Wana Brands acquisition. So they have acquired weed gummies for $297 million as the world's biggest pot producer looks to expand in the U.S. cannabis market. So that is the news for CGC. Yesterday's lovely short is having a pop. Probably, I bet you cannabis is having I bet you a lot of the cannabis plays are popping. Let's take a look at the index, MJ, the ETF. And the answer is yes. So on that, CGC is probably the biggest contributor to the index. So on that news about CGC, the index is popping, MJ. Definitely an active little day so far for the AI right off the bat. So let's take a look at the index for uranium. I knew it had a sell-off yesterday, but it is still a little bit down. But NXE as an individual stock is looking not too bad. And that is from the AI. OCGN from the AI is kind of interesting. Of course, it had news. It's an India COVID play. Still nothing from my option scanner. Just patiently waiting to see, look at Gamble, what a tumble. GMBL, it's an earnings play, just tumbling down now. Tumbling dice, gambling play, get it? I'm just having some patience here, waiting to see if I get something from my option scanner. There you go, trader. Thought somebody would get the reference. Well, so far the market's holding the gains. I mean, the overall markets are holding the gains. Dow is still up, SPY is still up, Tech is still up, no disconnect whatsoever. So no fade yet. Not yet for me. NRXP, not yet for me. The reason being is that it's not at 300% yet. So the volume here is fine. And it's going to, if it makes a new high, it'll trigger. We'd have to get up to at least 1246. Haven't seen Clove for a while. It was a meme favorite, of course, for a while. Okay, here we go. Ah, I missed it. The agony. Trying to short the tiger. It's showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown, and it's also showing up on my gap down. Remember, I was talking about the correlation that I found. You know, if it shows up on the gap down and it shows up here in the 10-day daily breakdown, I'm very interested in taking a short. And I waited on it for a bit because it wasn't quite moving, and then it started to move, and I couldn't get a fill. Sugar. Yeah, I could short FUTU, but Tiger was the one I wanted. See, it just kind of rested for it. No, that's the wrong one, but look at the SPY, guys. What a pop here for the SPY too. Ah, that's too bad. The other one is just a simple gap down, GM Tiger. It's just a simple gap down. It's one of the ones I am sharing. But I've just kind of found that if it shows up in my gap down with a bunch of filters and also in that 10-day daily breakdown, same symbol shows up, extremely interested in it. Doesn't happen very often. You may only get one, maybe two a day. But for instance, yesterday was GRWG. GRWG showed up in both of those yesterday, and well, we don't all know what happened, but you know, this is what happened. Just slid after the gap down pre-market, and it just kept sliding all day. And of course, it's had a resurgence today because I'm going to assume because of Canopy, CGC. Possibly, but they're very different filters, you know, involved. So market is still surging here. So the first half hour. Now we're into this. Wow, now we're into the next half hour, and the market is still surging here. So bounce play should work. You know, anything that was kind of beaten up a little bit. Probably hard to find a lot of stocks that were beaten up, other than if it was a news, something to do with news on the stock. Let's take a quick look at the sectors now. Again, I'm sure they're all going to be looking really positive. And the answer is yes. I mean, look at this. Everything is green, 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 green. So what these percentages mean, 98% of all the tech stocks are up from yesterday's close. 95 energy. I mean, there's not a weak sector. I mean, the weakest sector, financials, only up 87%. Or I shouldn't say it like that. 87% of the ones that make up XLF are up from yesterday's close. So we're still very, very strong in virtually every sector. This is across the board rally. Well, any top list can be sorted by the... Are you talking about an alert window trader, or are you talking about a top list window? I think you might be talking about like a group and sort by. Oh, boy. Look at Tiger, guys. Look at Tiger. Son of a gun. Okay, so when you say sort, I mean, you can do this. This is a fancy way. If you go to properties and then view mode and then group and sort by, I think that might be what you're talking about. So that you'll only see the stock. You'll see the stock every time it makes a new high, but you won't see the symbol. You only see the symbol once, but every time it makes a new high, you'll see it. It's just that you won't see a running every time it makes a new high. So in other words, if core kept making a new high, in a typical alert window, you'd see core over and over again. Okay? In that other sort of other way of doing it, you'll see the symbol every time it makes a new high, but you just don't see a running list of it, if that makes sense. You don't have to do that, of course. Wow, look at Tiger. So this is what I'm talking about. You see, I've got Tiger here and the gap down, and I've got Tiger here. Okay, and when I get the same symbol in both of these, this has been, small sample size, but last week, if they showed up in both of these scans, it was awesome. Small sample size. And it's funny, I'm not as enamored by the ones that are on the long side. It just seems the ones that are typically, though, alert windows, you're not wanting to sort on, typically, on the headers. typically, because to me it doesn't make sense. On an alert window, you want to get a real-time alert and you want to see it right at the top. I'm not saying you can't do that, but you know, usually it's a topless window that you want to sort on the headers to get a different look. I mean, you can do that. Then if you know, I'm not going to do it because it'll kind of ruin my, if I make a duplicate of it. So I mean, I can do a sort if I do this. Yes, I don't. You know, I could sort on the symbol, you know, and put it in alphabetical order. I guess I could sort on the time. Boy, this tanker is getting hit also, and this is sitting 1745. It's just sort of sitting on that 200-day, and now it's just moving down below that 200-day moving average. Look out below if it really takes that out. The next low looking left is way down here at 1560 or so for STNG. When you say a global default, you mean you're trying to do this here in this alert window as an example and have it change in all the other ones at the same time? If that's what you're talking about, no. Now, what you can do, I mean, is you can set up an alert window, okay, exactly the way you want it with typically. Well, okay, but you're talking about changing it here and having it automatically change in every alert window. Okay, so I think that's what you mean. You can always set up an alert window the way you want it. You know, typically you probably want a minimum volume. You might want, you know, it depends what you're looking for, a new high. What I'm trying to say though is that you can set up an alert window with all the column headers that you would normally want in every alert window, maybe a minimum volume, etc., and then save it as default. Okay, so the sorting, you know, how you want it sorted, and then you save it as default, and every time you open a new alert window, you know, that will be the default. May not be exactly what you're looking for right now, but you cannot just say, okay, I want to change this alert window and I want it to be globally applied to every alert window I've got. All right, guys, I took a loss on the NXE. I had a little gain on it and it just didn't move that much, so I took a little loss on the NXE. And that was from the AI. Had relatively high hopes for it, but it just didn't work. NXE didn't work for me. Could come back. You know, the alert was at what was the alert at? At 616. It did pop up to 623. Obviously wanted it to go a lot higher. So it took a little loss on the NXE from the AI. Oh man, Tiger. I hope, well, I don't know if anybody got the Tiger short. So remember, the gap down, my gap down, and then the 10-day daily breakdown, you see the same symbol in each. Really take a hard look at it. Now the repeating, what this means is you notice here, I have an alert here, 10:15 for any, as an example, okay? It's the only time you'll see any in this list. So what it's trying to show you, well not trying to, it's showing you that there was the alert at 10:15, there was the price. So you can kind of go back and say, okay, what has it done since then? It obviously hasn't moved, okay? Here, in this one, every time, if any made another new high, you would see it at the top again. Okay, you just wouldn't see any over and over and over again, if that makes sense. You'll see it when it makes a new high, it'll pop to the top of the list, but you just won't see any repeated over and over and over and over again. I know it says repeating, a little confusing, but I've grouped it in a certain way. Meanwhile, Stain. I'm not talking about. Wow. No, this is one from yesterday. So how is the cost doing today? Yeah, so there was the short alert. Oh, Tiger. Wow, that's probably the number one short so far. The reason being, look how orderly it is, even on the 2-minute chart. You know, after that little bit of a pause here, look how orderly it has been. And this is a great percentage move. You know, 866 down to just under 8. That's a great percentage move. So even on the 2-minute chart, where you anticipate maybe a little more chopping up and down, very orderly down. Of course, straight down on the 15, and almost straight down after this. This section right here in the 2-minute chart refers to this section right here in the 5. And once it started to move down, look out. Now it's a little bit of a pop here, but, and again, I had news. I mean, you know, the Chinese regulators looking at facing regulatory issues, both Tiger and FUTU. Boy, CRISPR, what a nice comeback. I mean, it got hammered yesterday, and then I started reading some more news about it and saying, you know, analysts are looking at mixed reviews, but it did get hammered yesterday down to, I mean, the day before it closed at around 106 or so, then it got down. I don't know what it got down in the pre-market, but it got down to 92 or so, recovered to 97, and now the recovery continues for CRISPR, CRSP. And that was an AI alert. Now, To be fair, the AI had it both ways, as a short, got stopped out, and then as a long. And what's happening is it's just two different strategies, and the filter values were met. So that's why if you're wondering, well, how could CRISPR be a short and a long in the AI? It's just two completely different strategies, and, the filter values were met, and so a stock gets triggered. Yeah, so far it's quiet. But as you know, later on in the day, we had things like ALLO, ALLO. We had about I'd say 4 or 5 later on in the day that just were awesome. So I'm just going to have some patience. In that case, David, I think you're out of luck. Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, if it was before the cloud even existed, yeah, I think you're out of luck. Somebody's asking for, I saved some strategies way back when, but that was before the cloud, so then I just think you're out of luck. You can try, you can go to info@trade-ideas.com and ask, but I think that you're going to be out of luck. Now this showed up on the option scan down, okay, GMBL, but I don't think it's got that much room left. It might, it's barely positive now. It looks like some decent support around 634 or so. So yeah, so this is what I'm talking about. So again, I'm sharing both of these. So the 10-day daily breakdown and the gap down. So if you see the same symbol in each, it doesn't happen very often. Don't get too many gap downs or gap ups during the day. Okay, so because of the filters I've got here, pretty tough filters. But if I see the same symbol in both, not so much on the upside. I've been more concentrating on the downside. But you see there's tiger here and tiger here. So that is what I'm talking about. As I say, I haven't been as excited about the breakouts as the breakdowns. There could be a correlation. The thing is, we seem to get more breakouts and breakdowns, so there's too many. In fact, I thought I had upped this. I see what I might have to do is, yeah, I might have to up the current volume or something like that. Just getting too many alerts, in this. For some reason, I don't get as many in the breakdowns, which I guess makes sense because markets are still pretty solid. We've had some chop and all that, but so we're just not getting, so we're getting more stocks on 10-day daily breakouts than 10-day daily breakdowns, which is what I want. I don't want a lot of symbols. I really don't want a lot. I just want a few so we can concentrate on them all day long. Now I know that doesn't, for a lot of you, you don't want to short. I can't help you there. All right, it is 10:25. Well, welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. This is not special because we're in this test drive. This is the way it is all the time. Well, all the time, Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Not Saturday and Sunday, okay? So I just mentioned the test drive. Still time if you want to try us out. So there is still time. You'll have the balance of today plus the next 6 trading days, Friday, and then all next week, okay? It will still cost you $11.11, so you're not going to get 10 trading days. Okay, it ends on the 22nd. That's next Friday. So if you think that's worth it to try us out for, well, the balance of today, so almost 7 days, it'll cost you $11.11. And you'll have access to our full premium service. The only thing you won't be able to do is auto trade anything, okay? We don't agree with auto trading anyway, but that is something. Now you can always practice auto trading if you bound and determined to see how it would work. You can do it in our simulator. You can try it there. But as far as auto trading, if you happen to have an IB, Interactive Brokers, or E-Trade account, no, you can't do it. If you're going to take the test drive, I would recommend that you do something like this. Let's hope this link works in YouTube. I think it'll work. Okay, take a look at the 20 lessons if you're going to take it. Now, that's covered in my homepage too, so I am going to put my homepage link in. Okay, and one last word about the test drive. When the test drive is over, it's over. There's nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything, okay? When it's over, it's over. Afterwards, there'll be a nice promo code if you do want to sign up. And this is for you, David. Everything you do in the test drive, if you create a layout, if you create some scans, save everything to the cloud, okay? Everything to the cloud. The reason being is that if you decide to take a subscription out later on, it could be a day after the test drive is over, a week after, a month over, 5 years after. As long as you use the same email address to sign up, everything you're doing this week and next week in the test drive, it'll be still available for you as long as you save it to the cloud. So my link, my homepage is always available in this main trading room right there. You click on my homepage and there is the link to get into my homepage. I also pasted it. And this is what you'll see. So here's a promo code you can use, Barry for Alpha for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. If you click on Get Trade Ideas, just to give you an idea how much it costs. We have 4 plans. Annual, monthly, premium, standard. So the most expensive is an annual premium, $22.68 a year minus the 15%. Standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference is the AI. There are some other differences, but that is the major difference. I'm going to go over that a little bit. You don't have to take out an annual plan. Month to month is fine. These are our prices, $118 and $228. You can apply that 15, and I say that because I get emails saying, hey, the guy said I could get 50% off. So anyway, that's why I always repeat it, 15% off. And that discount will apply to the first month only. So if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. So on my homepage, more information. These sections, the trade of the week, stock of the day, and education, these are all the free sections. So if you click here, trade of the week. You can sign up for it. It is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at around noon Eastern. You can sign up for it here. And all the education that we have to offer. Click here, including the brand new user guide. It is beautiful, all well organized, different categories. You can take a look at the table of contents. It's all so well done. And huge kudos to Stephanie who put it together. It took several months. It has videos. It's got virtually everything. It'll always be updated. The minute we do something new, it'll get added. Okay. So that is the user guide. Now you can always just start out though with the introductory lessons. This tells you, if you take the lessons, this shows you very quickly things like, what is a top list, building them, alert windows, creating them, single stock windows. So this is a quick introduction to the basic features of trade ideas. Daily support sessions. Today is Thursday, so what happens is that I moderate a YouTube room at the same time, but I do take a break at around noon. And so at noon, between noon and 1, one of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. And today it'll be Jamie. So before I take my break, I will pop the YouTube link in so you can head over there if you want. Daily webinars, there are no webinars this week or next week because of the test drive, but they'll get back to a normal schedule in a couple of weeks. So we're now on a cycle. 1 week it's Monday, Wednesday. The next week it's Tuesday, Thursday. So you can sign up for them all right here. More educational videos. A lot of course, this is going to be covered in our user guide, in the new user guide, but starting trade ideas from scratch. So there are some videos here. And I think this is a great series. If you're brand new to trading, starts, literally back to basics, starts off with what is a stock, okay? So if you're brand new to trading, I really recommend you take a look at this. And we also have some trading ebooks that we created. So, lots of information, my homepage, save the link, because also, if you do decide to take out a subscription or you're a current subscriber, all the scans I'm sharing. So this is my layout essentially. It's not quite the same as what you see in terms of the organization, but it has all the same alerts windows, okay? It's just a different, I'm using the docking version, so it's not going to quite look the same, but it's in essence the same. And then of course I have individual scans that you can take a look at. These are the two, moving higher with unusually strong options. I love that one. Here are the gap up and gap down, okay? This is what I was talking about, how you can take a look at the gap down and then correlate that with a daily breakdown. If you see the same symbol in each, you might want to really look at it. These are the four that I use in the pre-market though. Gap up, gap down, pre-market access up and down. These are the 4 scans that I use in the pre-market. This kind of gives me an idea about what we might want to look at once the market opens. Of course, everything that is gapping up or gapping down doesn't necessarily mean it's going to continue the same direction, but at least it helps us zero in on some of the stocks that we might want to follow all day long. So a lot of information here. So save my link, especially in these 2 sections. If you save my link, then you can look at these 2 sections whenever you want. Okay. So what is Trade Ideas? We're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the U.S. stock market. Doesn't matter where you live in the world. Doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use Trade Ideas. Okay? So this is an example of a scanner. If you want to build your own scanners, this is what I call basic new highs and lows. Just give you an idea of what it's looking for. So if you want to build your own scanner, then you'll always start off with filters. This will be obvious because if I were just looking for stocks making new highs or new lows all day long and I didn't have any filters, in other words, I didn't have a price range or a minimum volume, etc., I'd be inundated with alerts, of course. Okay? So if you're building your own scanners, you always start off with the filters. So in this particular case, this is what my scan is looking for. It doesn't really matter, these numbers, but I'm just trying to say the concept if you want to build your own scan. And then you have a trigger. In this case, a trigger is a new high or a new low for the day. So if these filter requirements are met and the stock makes a new high or a new low, I get a real-time alert. That's why we see these stocks. Okay? Now, the good news about Trade Ideas is that you do not have to learn a programming language. Right-click on an alert window, configure, and then click on search, and here are all of the alerts that we have. And when you get to these icons, these are all the filters that we have. You don't have to learn them all. I mean, when you look at this and you might think, oh my gosh, how am I going to learn them all? You don't have to. What we've tried to do is create enough alerts and filters that, for the vast majority of our customers, they can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. We have thousands of customers all looking for different types of scans. So that's why we created kind of an a la carte way of building your own scans without having to learn a programming language. But as I say, if you don't want to build your own scans, well, you can take my scans. You can always adjust them. When I say that, you might not like the price range I've got here. Maybe you want between 10 and 100. You just click on the icon and, I'll keep it at 10 and 20. If you click on the summary, you see how that has changed. And you say, okay, and that's it. Okay, so if you don't want, exactly the same filters I'm using, but you like the concept, of course you can change them. We also have a lot of scans from our channel bar. You click on New, and then Docked Channel Bar, and this is what you'll see. And each one of these channels theme related. So if I click on the Momentum channel, and this is what you'll see. Now notice this is with the new version. That's why you always click on Docked Channel Bar, because now you can have your layout still remain while you surf through the different channels. Before you couldn't do that. You could only have one layout loaded at a time, but now with the docked channel bar, you can have your layout still in the background, and then you can kind of surf through the channels if you want to. So for instance, we have something called Momo here, an alert window called Momo. You can right click on it, configure, you can see what it's looking for. All right, if you like it the way it is, great. But again, if you wanted to make the change, maybe you wanted this between 10 and 100. Okay, click on the summary, see how it has changed. You can say okay. Now, here's the deal with the channels. If you leave this channel and go to another channel and then come back to this channel, like watch what I'm going to do. I'm going to go to the I'm going to go to the stock surging channel. Okay, the action is heating up right now. Okay, but I'm going to go back to the Momo channel. I'm going to right click, click on that configure again, and check it out. Look what's happened. It is not 10 and 100. It's back to the 1 and 50. The reason being is that the channels are for everybody. So in other words, the fact that you want to make a change and make it between 10 and 100, that's not what necessarily everybody else wants to do. So, and that I know that can be confusing to people because they make a change, they come back and say, hey, wait a minute, I made some changes, why aren't they saved? Well, typically this is what people will do. Let's just say you wanted this alert window. You want to make it a part of your layout. That's typically what happens. Again, you don't have to know how this was created, but if you like the concept, then you right click and you duplicate it into a free floating window. And that popped up on another monitor. So here it is outside of the channel. Now you can save it to the cloud. Right click, save or share to cloud, and you can save it. Okay, why am I doing this? Well, let's say I want to now go back to that stock surging channel. So what I'm trying to show you is that you don't have to know how to create anything at the beginning if you don't want to. And, if you never want to, that's fine. We create a lot of alerts for you or a lot of scans for you. You might look at this one, the same sort of thing. The action is heating up. Well, I like the concept of that. Duplicate into a free floating window. And save it to the cloud. Right click, save or share to cloud. Save it. So you see what I'm doing is I'm going through all the different channels, extracting windows that I might like to incorporate as part of a layout. Because now what I can do is File, Load from Cloud, and you'll see these two will be right on the top. Just click on it, load it. It'll show up on your screen. You do the next one, Load from Cloud. Momo shows up on your screen. So you see what I'm trying to show you is that you can build your own layout based on the scans that we've created for you, and then you can just sort of load the ones you want and make a layout out of them. And once you've done that, you just File, Save or Share to Cloud. Click on Entire. You give it a name. My first trade idea is layout, and save it. Okay, so you can also save it to your computer. File, Save Layout. You'll give it a name. My first, all I'm trying to show you here is you don't have to know how to create any scan at all at the beginning or ever if you don't want to. We try to make it very easy. Meanwhile, as I was going through my spiel here, NRXP, now you see remember I was saying NRXP would show up when it made a new high, so I guess at 1041 it showed up. And so unfortunately I missed it as I was doing my, going through my spiel, but it's pretty good so far. An alert at 12:51. There's the time. And this is in the don't repeat. So why I like to do this is that I can go back in time and I can say, okay, well, I had an alert for NRXP. The time was 10:41. The price was 12:51. What did it do from there? That blue arrow that you see here is the candle in which the alert happened. So I can, again, go back in time and say, okay, what did it do from the time I got the alert? Well, Tom, hopefully I was, you have to save each individual window to the cloud and then load them. File, Load from Cloud. That's what I was demonstrating. So make something from scratch. All you want then is a toolbar, just a toolbar with a blank screen. Okay. If you've got any windows open, you just have to close all your. I won't do it, but you just close all your windows. So now all you have is a toolbar, and then you can load those. You can either take my scans, go to my home page. You can take my scans, or you can take a look at all the scans we've got in the channels. And once you see something you like something, then you can just right click and duplicate into a free floating window. find it. So there it is. So I took that out, I extracted it, I duplicated it into a free floating window. Here it is. And now I just save it to the cloud. Right click, save or share to cloud. I click on save, and then it's in the cloud. And you keep doing that, go into each channel, extracting windows that you might like. And once you've done that, then you just load them from the cloud. File, load from cloud, one by one. You know, click on it, load, click on it, load, click on it, load. The windows will appear on your screen. Then you can, you know, maybe make some charts. If you want a single stock window, I mean, I can't tell you how, you know, what your layout should be, but once you've got, you know, those windows and put them exactly where you want them, and then you just file, save or share to cloud. And click on entire, give your layout a name and save it. When you exit Trade Ideas, if you click on File Exit, it's going to ask you, do you want to save your layout? Yes or no? I always say yes. And then tomorrow, when you load Trade Ideas, your layout will appear. Now, if you have the AI, or you're part of the test drive, this is how I would watch it. From the toolbar, I would click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. When you do that, this is the window that you'll see. Never mind these two. This is the window that you'll see. You can incorporate it then as part of your layout. So if you load it, just incorporate it as part of your layout. So when you just save your layout, so then it's part of your layout. So you don't have to do it every morning. You will not get any alerts until at least 9:35. So tomorrow, if you open Trade Ideas before 9:35, this window will be blank. Notice the first alert happened at 9:37. But you'll get nothing until at least 9:35. And you just wait for the alerts to happen. You'll have there's the time, real-time alerts. There's your entry. You don't have to get in right at the entry price. I never ever do that. I always want to click on the alert, just check to see what sort of pattern it is. I want to check to see what sort of room it might have on a daily, weekly, monthly chart. And you have a stop. So how you trade them will be up to you. Remember, I got knocked out of this one. The NXE. Based on my trading style, I got in just a little. I think I got in at 618, and then this moved down. I took it out, but it's now it's working. I'm not in it right now. I may get back in it, but so I use this like a watch list. So there's no video that's going to say, "Oh man, I got this alert CRISPR at 90. What should I do?" Okay, you have to have some trading experience. All right, let me talk now about this window, this big blue window you see that is called Brokerage Plus. Okay, so I put the Brokerage Plus link in. 2 videos are there. The short video shows you if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, how you can actually use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas once you're connected to either your Interactive Brokers or E-Trade account. Only 2 brokers it works with, okay? So I know we're trying to get TDA and the rest of it, but I don't know when or if that's ever going to happen. So please don't ask. So right now it's just IB and E-Trade. The second video goes into a lot more detail how you can use this window, and it's also very relevant to paper trading or simulation trading. when you first start out trading, please, before you commit money to the market, you can practice using our simulator. Very simple to do. You just click on the sim right there. I think what will happen here is you'll see something saying account or something like that. In fact, let me just do it. Okay, so yeah, you'll see not connected. Okay, you click on sim, and then it'll say select account, highlight it, and then this simulated trading default is going to pop up. So now you're in simulation mode. Okay, can't emphasize enough. Practice trading before you commit money to the market. Trading is not easy. Okay, that's why we've got a great simulator that you can use. It uses our real-time data. Doesn't matter who your broker is. It's using our real-time data. So let's just say you wanted to take this SPIR trade, S-P-I-R trade, okay? But you didn't want to take it right now. Maybe if it pulled back to this, this right here. I'm just showing you the mechanics of how you can do something like this. Okay, a lot of people like to take trades when they pull back to a certain level. So let's just say that I wanted to take SPIR if it pulled back down to the bottom of that 15-minute candle, which is about 6:30. So you pick how many shares you want to do that at. I'm going to put 6:30 in both boxes. I'm going to click the buy button. And a nice big blue line will show up on your chart. So if SPIR moves back down to $6 and what was the price? $6.30, it'll take the trade. Okay, that's how you can practice taking a trade on a pullback. Now, if at some point I say, you know what, I really don't want this anymore, I can just go to my orders, and you can see it right there. I can right click and cancel it. Okay? Now, let's take a trade right now and talk a little bit about money management. See one that has a good tight spread. Okay, let's say you wanted to take this ION Q trade right now, okay? Right now. I'm not saying, again, we're going over the mechanics of how to do it. So notice when I click on an alert, the symbol shows up. I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to buy it right at the market. The spread's only a couple of pennies, so we should probably buy it. Okay, so entered at 10:06. Okay, I'm going to put a stop at 9:86. I'm going to show you why I'm doing that. And you'll see a red line will show up on the chart. And you'll see it says approximately minus 100. So when you get into trading, unfortunately, not every trade is going to work. So the way I trade, and many in this room trade, is that we have a stop price. And that price is, okay, trade's not working. This is the price I want to get out of the trade if it's not working. Now, how you determine that price, that is only going to come with practice. In this particular case, that's not actually the worst stop. I was just demonstrating the mechanics of how to do it. But what I like to do is I like to size up a chart, and I look to see where I think there's an area of pretty decent support. A lot of activity, hasn't broken down through that price. And so if it broke down through that price of support, I want to be out of the trade. Some might put the low of the previous 5-minute candle. Some might, the low of the previous 15-minute candle. Some might use a moving average. How you're going to do it will only come with practice. Okay? But it's very important, in my opinion anyway, to have a stop. Not all the trades are going to work. Hope and pray is not a trading strategy. The other thing I should emphasize is that before you take a trade, you should be always looking for reasons not to take the trade. You should have a checklist of saying, and everything has to be checked. Saying, yes, the volume's there, yes this, yes that. Okay, everything checks, I will take this trade. If you cannot check everything, don't take the trade. Look for reasons not to take a trade. Okay, now, I put this stop 20 cents away, not because, I mean, that wouldn't be a bad stop. Look at that 2-minute chart. That wouldn't be a bad stop, just coincidentally. But I did put it 20 cents away for a reason, because the next stage is, okay, how many shares are you going to take? When you go into trading, again, how I trade, I don't take the same number of shares every trade. My share size will vary depending on how much I'm willing to risk on the trade. Risk meaning the dollar amount. So, in my opinion, you should be keeping your risk amount about the same for every single trade. If you have a $5,000 account, you shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. In the simulator, I'm always risking $100 a trade, just to make the math super simple. Because now, why is it 500 shares? Because if I take the entry, the difference in my entry and my stop is 20 cents. If I'm risking $100 on the trade, if I divide 20 cents into 100, I get 500 shares. Okay, so obviously, it's not going to be 500 shares every time. It's going to be whatever the difference is divided into $100. So my share size will vary from trade to trade. And then the next thing, super important, is to try to obey your stops. I talked about the checklist. So you can go through that checklist for all the reasons why you took the trade, and it might look awesome. Yes, this has got to be a great trade. Had earnings. Had a press release. Everything looks fantastic. I've been able to check everything. Guess what? Even the best setup in the world doesn't work all the time. So sometimes, when you get into trading, sometimes you start second guessing where you put a stop. You think, wow, this has to work. It's so great. How can it not work? So you start second guessing yourself and you don't obey your stop. Let's just say, for argument's sake, this hits 986, and I say, nah, I'm not going to get out of the trade. I'm going to move that line down even before it hits it, because I just don't believe it's not going to work. So now, instead of that $100 manageable loss, it starts turning into $200, $300, $400, $500 before you give up and say, man, I'm out of it. Why did I not obey my stop? You can always get back into a trade. Okay, you may have been just a little bit early, and maybe it sets up again, and you can always get back into a trade if it sets up again. But if you start, second guessing yourself constantly, it's the road to ruination. So that's it, guys. There's my spiel. Practice, practice, practice. The other thing you can do in our simulator is, if you don't get out of a trade at the end of the day, it'll carry forward. So you can practice swing trading. Well, my checklist, you see, because all of the alerts that I get, okay, they're going to be very close or right at the high of the day or the low of the day. That is one of my things, because I'm a momentum trader. I never have to worry about the volume not being enough, because, again, in my filters that I have, the volume is going to be plenty, the relative volume is going to be plenty. So a lot of times I don't have to really go through a checklist. The checklist has already happened for me because of the filters that I put in. So my major checklist now is really looking left to see where is the next area of resistance. Looking left to see, okay, on the daily chart, where's the next high looking left? I want it to be a certain amount away. So for instance, if I get into this trade at 10:03 and I look left and the next high is 10:10 on a daily chart, I won't take the trade. So my checklist, actually, a lot of it is already covered because of the filters that I put in, if that makes sense. So I'm really just having to look at my chart, and then of course I want to see what pattern it's coming from. I mean, I don't want to take something that is, has had, 10, 15-minute candles up in a row. Okay? I would want to see it maybe base a little bit. So consequently, what I would do is I would probably put a price alert, to see, okay, I don't want to take it right now. I want to hope maybe it'll base a little bit for a while and then it pops through that high, so I'll put a price alert. So my checklist really has been solved. Most of the things that I'm looking for are already in the scan that I produce, or the scan that I have. So again, Meta, your reason and my reason may be completely different, but again, most of my reasons are covered because of the scans that I have. And of course, I have a lot of faith. I have a lot of faith in my option scanner. So for instance, getting that alert, I mean, unfortunately I was doing my spiel, but getting that alert at 12:51 right here, at 12:51, wherever that was, there was the next high looking left, about 13 something, 1336, plenty of room. Now you see it got up to that level. Okay, it got right almost to the penny of that high. If it takes that out, I mean, it's got still a ton of room. Yeah, Dova, I don't know why you can't hear. Oh, okay. Okay, market is still strong. It hasn't really had any pullback whatsoever. It based before the market opened. It was already hit a nice big gap up. Kept going up the first 30 minutes. The next 30 minutes it kind of based. Now the last 15-minute candle, the one before this one, popped up. So this is a super strong market today. Just look at the Dow, SPY, Tech, no disconnect whatsoever. Yeah, so I'm glad you said that, Meta, because I mean, again, I was asked, well, what are my checklists, for getting into a trade? What has to happen? Well, most of them are already going to be covered in my scans. I know I'm going to have, the minimum volume that I need because I put that in my scans. I know I'm going to have the relative volume that I need because I put it in my scans. I know it's because of how I trade. I know it's going to be near or at the high of the day. So I mean, a lot of the things are already covered. How how you want to trade though may be completely different from how I want to trade. Again, some think it's crazy to only look for stocks making new highs of the day, and I understand you only want to take pullbacks. I get it. I'm just not a great pullback trader. Lucid, or it's not Lucid, LUCD. All right, so it is Lucid. So this just opened, didn't show up in the halts. So, they don't all show up. Well, I know you guys are shorting this one, but boy, oh boy, this is still super strong NRXP. So this is what I'm talking about. There's only one alert on the upside, 1250. Excuse me, 1251 from my option scanner. I don't want it to have a lot of alerts over the course of the day. I mean, if I had 10 max every day, I'd be very happy with it. It did it really? Okay, well, for whatever reason, it's not showing up in mine. Just looking at the ones that showed up on the option scanner on the way down. You know, obviously some of those would be a little suspect based on what the market's doing, but my trend reversal scanner, I don't recall you're asking. You might have asked, was that it during 12 and 1 when Steve was in the room? Because I don't recall talking about my trend reversal scanner. But what it's doing, it's looking for stocks that are, you know, probably been beaten up and trying to come back. If you have it, then just all you have to do is check the filters. That it's a top list, so just check the filters and you'll get an idea about what it's trying to do. So I will take a look at it, but it's not, I haven't looked. So you must have asked Steve that yesterday, not myself. I personally have not used this in a long time, so, you know, again, I create a lot of scans, you know, for different types of traders, okay? But, you know, this is what it's looking for. Yeah, I should change this. Yeah, so it's looking for stocks nearing a 5-day range high, but still in the year it's 35. It's only 35% max above the year's low, but starting to move on a 5-day. Okay, so that's what it's looking for. You know, so you basically just click on the alerts and see what gives. You know, these are stocks that are still at way below the year range. You know, it's almost at the low, but it's trying to come back in 5 days. That's what it's looking for. How you trade it is completely up to you, of course. Yeah, so that wasn't me. It was Steve's. He might have a different set of filters, but it's more than likely it's the same idea. Stocks that are, still well below the year's high, but starting to move up in the last 5 days. Well, Tom, you can load the scanner. Are you part of this test drive? Just load it. You should try to. Are you part of the test drive, or are you a subscriber right now? Okay, so you should practice loading things from the cloud, okay? I mean, just practice. So if you get my homepage link and just click on it, and then go to the scan section and find, I've got two of them, gap up, gap down, load it, and then right click when you have it loaded, just right click, configure, summary, and then you'll see what I'm using, okay? You should do these things on your own, because if you're going to be if you're going to use Trade Ideas to its fullest, you should learn how to load things from the cloud. Okay? Yeah, so if it's Steve's, I mean, I don't know. It's probably very, very similar though. Oh, look at Go. Go has been straight up. Go has gone. So you have been talking about AMD for a while. Okay, let's take a look at my watch list. Has anything interesting happened in my watch list? Now, guys, you see how this happened? I think I put a pullback. It showed you how you can do it on a pullback. SPIR, so it pulled back to that level and it took the trade. Okay, this is in the simulator. And this is getting closer to, now, at this point, if I were truly in this trade, I'd be making up my mind if I really wanted to hang on. This stop that I've got here, again, this is in the simulator. The stop I've got here is sort of that's the worst I want to do on the trade, okay? So that $100, but I always reserve the right, of course, to get out of a trade early if I don't like the way it's trading. So, a break down through 10, I'm thinking, don't really like the way this is trading, so I could just flatten it and get out of the trade. So I don't have to so again, my stop is the absolute worst that I want to make on it or lose on a trade. Now you'll notice I don't put targets. You can, if you want to put a target, add a target order. You can do things like that. I don't, because I'm not into automated trading. Oh, the F-U-T. You gotta say that carefully. Go go. Had some news yesterday. I don't see anything specific to it right now. It's a big drop though, 730 down to that's a dollar drop. All right, guys. So, as you know, one of my favorite, don't call it setups, but the price range that I like in the AI is under $10, and this OCGN is working out not badly. Now the alert was at 9:45. You can see right there on the y-axis, 9:45, right there. There is the alert. There's your stop. And it is working not too badly so far. You know, it may struggle to get through 10. Big psychological number. Oh, you're you're welcome, Maida. It's amazing, guys. I mean, I'm really seeing, even though the market is ripping today, I'm seeing way more opportunities, and you know, you can see, sort of see what I'm looking at. Way more opportunities to short these things than to go long. The OCGN is an exception, but and I'm talking about the daily breakdown. So, you know, the only one that showed up is Tiger in both of them. But, you know, I look at PAVM, P-A-V-M, the first alert was at 741, and you can kind of see that, you know, maybe 7 will stall it, but if it breaks down through 7, I mean, this has just got, I don't know if it has any specific news on it. So Lucid, that IPO, Lucid, this can't be. This is not the same. What is the symbol for the IPO? This is not the same. This is Lucid Group. What was the IPO? What was the name of the symbol? Oh, thank you. LUCD. Okay, LUCD. Okay, so I just wanted to see. So it was priced at $14 a share. So right now, guys, this is not a good IPO as we speak. It was priced at $14 a share. How many shares? Was it 5 million? So this is below the IPO price. You never want to see that if you're in this. I don't mean in it today, but you know, as somebody who participated in the IPO. All right, guys, give me one moment. Just going to change my headset. All right, guys, I'm back. Well, so much for Sophie breaking at 20. It teased us. It got all the way up to about 1982, I think, in the pre-market, opening candle, and then it just started to drift down, SOFI. Meanwhile, PAVM just continues down. No, this is just in the simulator beta, okay? This is just in the simulator. Just demonstrating how to use the simulator, okay? And these two actually, but they showed up in the gap ups. That's why they did show up in the gap up. So that's one of the scans I'm sharing. And they're not on the current screens. You know, understand, I cannot have all of my scans on the current screen. That's why I have 3 monitors. But again, this is just in the simulator. Simulated trading, that's what I'm in. Man, PAVM. So, I mean, it doesn't, you know, they don't all have to show up, of course. I mean, I want to concentrate really on the tiger showing up here in the gap down and here, okay? But they don't all have to. I mean, this PAVM has been awesome. I'm not in it. I'm not in it. I wish I were in it. You know, but they don't all have to show up. But I think all I'm trying to really hammer home is that if they do show up in both scans, really pay attention. Top 5 favorite whats? You mean scans? Number 1 is my options volume. And number 2 are these daily breakouts. You know, that's. But number 1, far and away, is my option scanner. There's really, and the gap between that and the daily breakdown is probably pretty big. If I only had one scanner to look at, it would be my option scanner. Will not produce very many alerts over the course of the day, but that is what I want. And again, when I'm talking about my option scanner, I'm talking about moving higher with unusually strong option volume, and it's not a matter of trading the options, I'm trading the stock. It's just I'm zeroing in on stocks that are having an abnormal option activity day. The 11th commandment, thou shalt not chase, but holy smokes, this PAVM just looks like it wants to keep diving and diving. Not on your charts. Now, are you talking about the previous day's ones, slow hand? When you see a buy and a sell, previous days? Yeah, so there's a sell back here. This will always show up. All these buys and sells. Yeah, these will show up even if you're not a subscriber to the premium service, these will always show up, just to give you an indication about, the previous AI alerts for, say, CRISPR as an example. No, you can't add a sound to the reason being is that a top list updates every 30 seconds. So yeah, no, so you will not have the same. I mean, you can see them right now on mine, of course, if I click, but the only way you can see them is if you, well, I shouldn't say that. I'm pretty sure you're not going to see them. I mean, obviously what happens is I click on OCGN from the AI and it generates this little up, so you can see it on my screen. But if you don't have the AI, it's a good exercise. Somebody who just has our standard service, okay, doesn't have the AI. If you load OCGN on the chart, I don't think you're going to see the AI alert. You can use E-Trade, yes. But when you say for AI trading, okay, you're talking about then auto trading. Okay, AI is just another scanner. Okay, I mean, I'll be blunt. This is a scanner. The AI is a scanner. Yes, it's laid out, but I mean, you can click. It doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use trade ideas. Okay, doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use the AI. So I click on an alert and it loads into my broker's platform, and from there I can trade it. If you're talking about using this Brokerage Plus window and connecting it to your E-Trade account and then trading from within, yes. But that's, that's any alert you get, not just the AI. Okay, so you can auto trade in this, if you're part of the test drive, you cannot auto trade, okay? Okay, thank you, slow down. So that answers my question. That answers the question. So the intraday buys or shorts do not show up. So Joe, yeah, so I hope you understand. Top list windows, it'd be crazy to have a sound alert because they just automatically update every 30 seconds, okay? The only thing you really, in theory, should want a sound alert for is for an alert window or your price alert window or the AI notifying you real time that you're getting an alert. Top list windows just automatically update every 30 seconds. Yeah, so that again, it's a different usage. A top list window is more for ranking. If I want to see the stocks that are up the most today, I can do that. All right, but the stock at the top of the list doesn't necessarily have to be making a new high. It could be sinking rapidly, but still be the one that's up the most today because it's sinking from being 100% up to only 75% up, as an example. Okay. So it could be at the top of the list, but so that's what a top list is really all about. Showing me the stocks that have made the biggest move in the last 5 minutes, the last 10 minutes, last 20 minutes, 30 minutes, the highest relative volume. Show me the stocks with the highest relative volume. So it'll give you a different group. It'll sort so differently then. You certainly will not see the same symbols every time you do different sorts like that. By the way, look at DATS. DATS just had a massive pop here, guys. Look at this pop here. It went from 939 up to 1058. And, really, this is a 2-minute chart. So in a 2-minute chart, it went from 950 to 10, so a dollar pop and on volume. Wow. So when you ask, is there a place to download the scanner settings? What scanner settings are you talking about? Are you talking about the AI? If that's the case, no. Those are all proprietary. If you're talking about my scans or the AI or the channel bar scans, but But when you say the scanner settings, I mean, I'm sharing a lot of my scans, and in the toolbar, if you click on new, okay, my scans. Okay, now we've drilled down. Well, all you have to do is load. You know how to get to my scans from my home page? Okay. Nope, you're talking about total auto trading, Rich. We don't recommend it. It's that simple. Okay, so Catahoula. I just popped in my homepage link, Barry's homepage. Okay, if you click on the link, this is what you'll see. Okay, and here are my scans. So, to demonstrate how you would load one, if you were interested in my option scanner as an example, okay, you click on the link. You notice how it loads into a new tab. There it is right there. Highlight the link. Copy it, Control C, so now the link is copied. And now from our toolbar, you click on File, Load from Cloud. You notice here, that string right there is the same as this one here. Okay? And then you just load it. And then you have it. Okay, so that's how you, and then at that point, now you can right-click Configure and click on the summary, and then you can take a look to see what filters I've used. Okay? So you should get, if you're going to use Trade Ideas, understand how to load things from the cloud, because, we share a lot of scans. And, and that's part of, in the user guide, it's covered, the use of the cloud. And here is the user guide again. Okay, the uptick rule. So let's take a look at one like Tiger. Okay, so see, Tiger is down more than 10%. So this is how the uptick rule works. If a stock is down 10% or more, typically if you want to short a stock, you just go in at the bid, and you'll get a fill. Assuming your broker has shares, of course. Okay, so assuming your broker has shares available to short. If the stock is not down more than 10% and you go in at the bid, you'll usually get a fill right away. But if a stock is down more than 10%, what has to happen is that you could go in at the bid, but then there has to be some trades happening at the ask, and then it has to go back down to that bid, okay? And then you could get a fill. The problem can be, though, is that you could be in a big queue of other traders wanting to do the same thing. So it's kind of a first come, first served. That's why it can be frustrating, sometimes, not all the time, but it can be frustrating to try to get a fill if you're looking to go short something that's down more than 10%. I would have taken it right away, Maida, because I looked left and there was a lot of room. I mean, it's that simple. Okay, I would have if I would have taken that right away, because again, I would have looked left. I was doing my spiel, so I missed it, but I would have looked left. I would have seen, man, it's got room. I would have taken it. In that particular case, always looking left. Look left. Look left. Look left. Now, the other thing about the uptick rule is that it can carry over the next day too. But I don't want to complicate it, but that is basically what the uptick rule is all about. They put that in, I can't remember when. maybe during the financial crisis, 2008 or 9 or whatever. Well, what I look for, okay, Caleb, I'll answer your question, but I'll answer Can's question very simply. What I look for, looking left, is I'm looking, remember now, because everything I'm seeing is made a new high for the day or a new low for the day if I'm shorting, okay? So consequently, I'm not having to worry about intraday resistance. So that's why you'll always hear me say, so now I'll start looking left on a daily chart and I'll check to see where is the next high. Okay, where is the next high on the daily chart? If I think it's too close to where I'm getting the alert, I probably won't take the trade. If I don't see it on a daily chart, then I'll check my weekly chart to see where the next high is. And if I don't see it on a weekly, then I check the monthly. I mean, this is where some trading experience comes in. But that's what I'm talking about. Okay? Because it's amazing. Even though it might just be one day of a high, how many times a stock will just stall right there. I mean, this is not quite, but look at this. There's the high today at 1349. The high right there is 1339. So yeah, it made it just a little bit above that high, but it kind of got stalled right in that area, and and it just stopped in its tracks and then started to come down a little bit. But that's only going to come with some, experience, practice. Well, what, did DATS get halted? I guess DATS did get halted. Okay, so Caleb, I'll answer your question. Every time you click on an alert, we can use, well, okay, DATS has resumed. Sorry, it was halted, now it's resumed. So if I click on DATS right now, you'll notice that there's something called a smart stop that is generated automatic. It's an algorithm that gets automatically generated. It's a guide, okay? Do you have to use it? Of course not. But that's what's happening. So it's saying if you got into this trade at 12:09, your stop is down here at 10:46. Would I ever use that as a stop? Never. Okay, it's way, 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 way too broad. But that is in essence what is happening. So every time you click on an alert, if I click on any right now, and I got in at 8:48, it's suggesting a stop is down here at 8:10. Okay? And then the target, nothing fancy. It's just double, so 8:46, 8:10, that difference is what, 36 cents? So the stop would be 72 cents above. In other words, double the difference between the stop or the entry and the stop price. You double it and you get the target. I mean, again, these are just guides. So as if you were to take this trade and you were to start obeying that stop, it's just sort of getting redder and redder and redder as it approaches the stop. That's the shading, and the other way, of course, it's getting a little greener and greener and greener as it's approaching the target. Now, a word about the target. I mean, would you ever get out of a trade just because it hit the target? I mean, if the trade is still working well, why would you ever get out? So that's why I never use targets. I mean, though some would say, well, you really are using targets because you're looking left. But that's just a guide. I mean, I'm not saying that's my target. I'm just saying, okay, it's got some room to run, maybe until, it gets to that next high. But I'm not saying that's necessarily a target, but okay, Caleb, does that make sense? Yeah, okay. Yeah, the smart stop and the target is generated when you click on the alert. It'll be a moving target all day long. It'll change, depending on when you click on an alert. If I clicked on that alert at 10:15 at the price of 8.43, it would have had a different smart stop. Clicking on any right now when the price is, well, it's 8.45. Say, okay, this is a better example. NRXP, when I clicked on the alert, if I clicked on the alert right when it happened at 12.23, I would have had a different smart stop. Whereas when I'm clicking on the alert right now at 12.95, there's a suggested stop at 12.39. Obviously, if I clicked it at 12.23, it would have been below 12.23. So this, okay, good. This smart stop will change all day long, depending on when you click on the alert. Okay, well, I don't know what to say. I mean, Yeti is an AI alert today. And if you're part of the test drive, or you have our premium service, of course this is going to show up. But if you just clicked on, I thought you said if you just type in Yeti without clicking on it from the AI, you shouldn't be getting this. And if you are, then okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't see the harm in it, because you wouldn't, if you don't have the AI and you happen to be typing in Yeti, right here. Yeah, so it is showing you that this was an AI alert, but it could be way past the price, right? So, I mean, unless you have the AI, you would not know, what the price was to get in at necessarily. You could see, if you clicked on Yeti, let's just say Yeti really started to move and it was up at $95 when you typed it in later on in the afternoon. That's not really going to help you. No, I understand. You're not complaining. I never really thought about it. Yeah, so trading halts is not easy. Okay? There's only one way I trade a halt. I would have to, okay, so NXTP got halted, and okay. So if it didn't pop very much, it depends where it's going, or it pulled back to and just sort of based here, and then it ran again, that might get me into the trade. But trading halts is not easy, okay? I don't trade halts very often, but what would have to happen is that it got halted at 299. Maybe if it popped up a little bit and then it came back down and then it popped back up through 299 again, maybe that would get me to do it. But I don't trade halts very often. I wouldn't recommend it if you're not, I don't know what sort of a trader you are in terms of how new you are to trading, but they're not easy. That's a too bad, Mike. All right, guys. Well, you can tell what my trade of the week or trade of the day is going to be. Obviously, the OCGN from the AI. When I was able to take, again, I focus on the ones that are under $20. I got stopped out of the NXE earlier. But, the OCGN, right up my alley. I mean, look left. No, there was no resistance. I think the next resistance area is 1105. Remember, we got the alert at 945. So you look left. You see what I'm saying? You look left, look left, look left. I didn't see anything on the daily chart. You look left on the weekly chart. The next high I saw was 1105. So that had, for me, a ton of room. And you know, it's sort of laid out for you. You don't have to. Did I get it? I did not get in right at 9:45. I think people are way too hung up on thinking, well, I missed it because it's 9:50 now, or 9:52, or even 9:60. I always check to see what sort of room does it have. Not just it, but I mean any stock have to run. I always check. Listen, guys, if I thought I could make money auto trading, I'd do it. So I see the NXTP just launched out of its halt. So you see right now, listen, if it can base, it's not a low float, 61 million in the float, so it's not super low. All right, I've just confirmed that it is Jamie who will be in our YouTube room starting at noon, taking over for me between noon and 1. So what I'm going to do is I am going to put the YouTube link in. So if you want to head over there when I take my break and listen to Jamie. Jamie's more of a swing trader than I am. He also has a lot of experience using E-Trade and Brokerage Plus, okay? Also probably IB, but I mean, he's got a lot of experience using Brokerage Plus. So if you have a lot of Brokerage Plus questions, head over to YouTube at noon when I take my break, okay? Oops, sorry, I put I put the link to the YouTube room in the YouTube room, so that doesn't make sense. I mean, how good is this OCGN guy? So it had, it had some news. I think it was 2 days ago. This is a virus play for India. Okay. I don't use trailing stops at all, Meta. But you know what? When Jamie gets into the room, he can talk about trailing stops, but I don't use trailing stops at all. The reason I don't use trailing stops is because I am typically in no more than 2 trades at a time. So I like to manage the exits on my own as opposed to putting look, trailing stops are just kind of an artificial, stop. 10 cents below, 20 cents below, a certain percentage below, moving it up. I get it if you are going to be in a lot of trades at the same time. It would be very difficult to manage them manually. but I'm rarely in more than 2 trades at a time. So I don't use trailing stops. But Jamie will be there in about 10 minutes. You can ask him about trailing stops. The OCGN alert came from the AI right here, 9:45. 9:50 was the time, 9:45. So there it was. There's your stop. It's all laid out. And to see all those AI trades, again, make it easy. Click on New, AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. So if you're part of the test drive, you have access to this. And of course, if you are a premium subscriber, you have access to it. And also, for those of you who are standard subscribers who would like to try our premium service out for the balance of today, and then the next 6 trading days, you can still do it. The last day to sign up for the test drive is tomorrow. You'll only get, you won't get the full 10 days, but if you think it's worth it to you to spend $11.11, a little over $2 a day, then go for it. What do I think of PLXP? Well, it did show up, of course, on the moving down. I would have liked to have seen. It came in at 1387 and it got down to 1340. But other than that, I mean, it's just basing now. Just basing right now, so it could go either direction from here. Just one moment, please. Well, no, Maida, my stop will always, and these are mental stops. So the question was, so I'm in this one, the OC. Oops, OCGN. So yeah, so here was the alert at 9:45. At this point, there has been no exit. No reason to exit. A little stall there, but no reason to exit. So yeah, my original, now did I use this as a stop? No. 881, I mean that was the AI, no way. That's way, for me, that's way, 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 way too much. I can see where it was the low of the day. Okay? So yes, my stop now, mentally, is moving up, 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 up. Okay? So it's not my original stop. No more, no. But again, this is all because I'm only in one trade right now. So I can manage this one. I can follow it, get a feel for it. Could be coming into that resistance area at 1105. I mean, I'd love it to get close to 1105. But I know that's the next high looking left. Do I see a setup forming for STIM? Well, I mean, obviously it was beaten up yesterday. Didn't really see this one yesterday. Tried to recover a bit, but it still got knocked down. I mean, for me, yeah, I don't really see a setup. I mean, it's up 20 cents, but I don't really see a setup. First of all, the high yesterday was 557. I mean, that's far enough away, but I don't think there's a lot of excitement about this stock right now. Because look what even happened yesterday. So it got hammered down from 6 down to 470. The buyers, I mean, if you look at that topping tail, the buyers tried to get it up here, but then the sellers knocked it down. So for me, no. Don't listen to me. This could, pop in the next minute to $10. Well, that also could be that you're in too many trades at the same time, Maida. I guess you could call myself an experienced trader. I'm rarely in more than 2 at a time. Rarely. Even if I weren't moderating a room, rarely in more than 2 at a time. And the other thing is, I mean, if they're too volatile, then maybe you should be staying away from the volatile stocks. I mean, OCGN has not been, so far, has not been a volatile stock. Volatile meaning, I mean, look how orderly it was. I mean, it took a while to finally start moving, but it didn't really dip. Had a little pause there, and it's just been. So what I'm saying is, you don't see a big giant red candle, then a big green one, then a red one, and a green one. Once it started to move, it just took off. All right, guys, I'm going to put my announcement in. I'm just waiting for Jamie to show up. I'll be taking my break. So again, head over to YouTube if you have a lot more questions about using this Brokerage Plus window to actually trade your account, if you have an E-Trade account or an Interactive Brokers account. Okay, I'll pop that YouTube link in one more time. Jamie is well, he uses it. I don't, okay? I only use the V Plus, Brokers Plus to demonstrate the use as a simulator. And the reason I don't is because there's no way I'm going to flip back and forth between a live account and a simulation account doing what I'm doing. Trading requires concentration. It's I don't want to say it's hard enough, but it's a challenge to moderate a room and trade at the same time and keeping an eye on things. So I'm not going to further complicate the issue by trying to flip back and forth within this window and trying to remember, boy, am I in simulation or my live account? Okay, there you are, Jamie. Okay, Jamie, I will stop right now, if that's okay. Have a good time for your hour. Okay, Jamie, I will stop right now, if that's okay. Have a good time for your hour.
Okay, hello everyone. I think that was a successful handoff. Barry's going to take his break, and this is the hour that we allocate for the live support session. I really liked what Barry was saying there. Keep it simple. Don't overload yourself. Simplicity is key, not only in trading, but a lot of other factors that we deal with in everyday life. So, welcome everybody. Keep in mind, this is the hour for the live support session, so if you have any questions about TI Pro, especially since we're right smack dab in the middle of test drive, probably a lot of new people in here, go ahead and put your questions into the questions panel. I'll do my best to answer them. Hello, Meta. Hey, Circle. Just reading your question here. I shared a couple of my favorite swing scans the other day and forgot to save it before shutting down. Could you share that again? I would be more than happy to. I can't really recall off the top of my head which scans those were. I mean, when it comes to my favorite ones, I mean, there's several of them. Only thing is that the swing trading aspects have been a little bit more difficult, so I've mainly been in scalp mode as of late. Okay, Meta, I see you're also interested in swing scans as well. So I'll probably have to gravitate over to our vault page because I got to be honest with you, my favorite swing scans are typically the ones that Andy has generated along with Steve, as they have a lot more prowess, so to speak, in the swing trading world or the swing trading setups. I've learned a lot from those two guys. So we'll take a swing over there, no pun intended, in just a second. I wanted to point out one thing that Barry was talking about before we gravitate over to some of the swing scans. OCGN, the one I have up right here. As Barry was saying, look how beautifully this thing set up. Look how calm it was. All right. So this is going to kind of meld into swing type trading. All right. Notice how nicely, let me get my pin here, this thing set up for a nice opening range break, which occurred right here. Okay. Notice the previous high in the opening candle. That's where the high was put in right there. Then we take this nice little hiatus right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Nice little consolidation for about an hour and a half. Now, check out the volume in OCGN. We're currently at 4 on the relative scale. Options volume is higher than normal. That's a percentage filter, so 100 would be normal. It's also doing right about 2.5 times normal options volume. Float on this one is pretty substantial, so it's not necessarily what we would call a low float stock, which is typically reserved for floats 20 million or less. But we got a nice move out of this thing, all right? A nice risk to reward ratio here, because if we were going to size up risk, typically on these opening range breaks, okay, take the range, it's either going to break to the downside or the upside. If we get a nice period of consolidation here, this one occurred, actually it was in this candle here where we got the move through the previous high. I mean, I'm sure we tickled it there. Volume has been high and we've got a nice upswing, okay? Now, keep in mind, and this goes the same with just about any scan that you choose to look at intraday. It might set up nicely on the intraday for a good move if it has room on the daily, and then we would consult the daily to see, could this eventually, if it stays strong throughout the day, could it be a good candidate for a swing trade? All right. So let me just expand this out a little bit, and you can see what I did there. I simply marked off these 2 wicks right here back in June. And you can see we haven't quite gotten there yet. So this thing might have a move to 11 in it. Maybe it does it today. Maybe if we close somewhere in this area, it's looking like we might go test the 10 period here, but it's been well above it for most of the day. But, as far as a swing trade candidate goes, this might be a good one depending on how it closes. All right. So just keep that in mind, and we can do this with Holly. And then, of course, as you guys were inquiring about, we can design scans strictly for swing type setups. Look like a wedge on the yearly. Yeah, I can see that. All right, just catching up, making sure I didn't miss any questions here before we start to take a look at some of the swing stuff. You're talking about the nature of the company now, Circle. But then keep in mind, maybe that's what's responsible for it, but all we know for sure is price action and what is setting up on the charts. Okay, so let me do this. Let me pin a window over here, and we're going to take a peek into the trader's vault here. So some of the more interesting scans bounce below the 50 SMA short swing. This is one that I like to look at from time to time. Let's see, bull flag interday, bouncers, A table, another great one for swing type setups. Alright, so I'm just going to pin these guys down. We'll go back to my layout. Now, getting back to your question there, Circle, when it comes to some of my favorite windows, which could very well end up being decent swing trades, you're going to have a lot of symbols typically coming through these 2 windows here. Turbo up and turbo down, no support, meaning hitting all-time lows. And then, of course, ones breaking out to all-time highs. These can always turn into decent swing trades depending on where you catch them. Okay, I just pulled up LKQ at random here. We can just mark off the highs here. Obviously, the stock is hitting all-time highs, otherwise it would not be coming through the scanner. And we can see, and keep in mind, a lot of the patterns that are out there are what we could call fractal, depending, well, what I'm trying to say here is they can occur on any time frame. LKQ, decent example here. So, that was yesterday. But look what we have going on today as far as the intraday action goes. We had a nice little break above the high right here, 45 minutes into the open, 1, 2, and 3. Little opening 45-minute breakout there. If you would have bought right about here, I'll just put an arrow right there. All right, technically that is a 45-minute breakout. If we shrink this down to 5 minutes, just to get a little bit more of a recognizable pattern there. Okay, you can see high was put in on that opening candle. Then we put the low in about 15 minutes. No, I got you, Circle. It's just a completely different view, fundamental versus technical. But I got you. Sometimes you can meld the two. All right, so we had the nice little breakout occur right here. All right, did have to sit a little bit of a wiggle, but let's just say I was taking this trade on an intraday basis. For risk management, not including the entry candle right here, 5, 10, 15, I'd look at the lowest period of the prior 15 minutes, which would be the low of this 855 candle, like so. And this would have been my risk area. Okay, you can see it got about halfway through it, and then we came back up, and boom, off to the races. So this was a great intraday buy. A little bit of a wiggle, nicely in the money now, okay, from an intraday perspective. But notice we have the same pattern occurring. Actually, gotta take that up just a little bit there. But yesterday we basically had the same pattern occurring, but on the daily, okay? And coincidentally, if we looked back at yesterday, it's set up in the same fashion. So let's just put this back on 15 so we can squeeze yesterday in there. All right, look what we had here. Of course, this opening wick kind of messed it up. It could be a lot prettier. But if we're playing by the rules and we mark off that high, look what we had transpire right here, approximately 3 hours into the open. Same type of pattern, okay? Except at that point, not only were we getting this pattern on the intraday, it was also coinciding with the same pattern on the daily, all right? So we're getting the same pattern to line up on multiple time frames. And when you can do that, that's always a good sign. Would have made for a great swing yesterday and would be working nicely today. So, a lot of the times you can really, it's easy for us to complicate. Oh, well, swing trade is some secret sauce. I mean, anything is a potential swing trade candidate based on what you're seeing on the longer term view, whether that be daily, weekly, monthly, whatever your favorite longer term time frame is. Of course, most people are going to be looking at the daily. So keep that in mind. ALNY, what do we got going on over here? All right, more of the same, just a little bit more stretched out, a lot more energy expenditure before we're getting up to that level. But when we take a look at these prior days and throw a little, candle reading in there too, nice little period of consolidation. Boom, sellers tried to take it down. What do we have this coincide with right here? This nice bottoming wick right here as of yesterday. Well, notice the green line. It's the same thing that's over here. It's the 10 period, all right? Sellers tried to take it, couldn't maintain control. We got a nice wick. That's always a bullish signal. But we also have perfect coincidence with the 10 period acting as a level of support, all right, along with the rest of these candles. And of course, ALNY doing its thing today, so there's plenty of time to keep an eye on this one. Once again, a little bit of a gap up. And then what do we have here? We've got the same opening range break coinciding with this thing being in blue sky territory. Okay? So that's why I really like to keep an eye on things hitting highs because we can get that fractal pattern going in 2 different time frames, and that's always a good thing. So this is definitely one of my favorite scans for swing trade candidates, as well as this one. Of course, this one's just been a little bit more difficult, but the same type of stuff applies, right? Just pulled up LU at random. Looks the exact opposite of what we were just looking at. Just flip that pattern, and what do we have going on down here? You know, when we're looking at LQK, we're in blue sky territory looking to the left. What could potentially act as supply or resistance? Well, nothing currently. So we never know how long this run might last. LU, exact opposite, okay, at all-time lows and punching through as LU starts its descent into the abyss. Now, how long will it last? Unknown. Sometimes they bounce off of these levels. But how was the intraday set up today? Here we go. Let's just add a little bit more detail by going to 5s. A nice little setup to the downside. Clearly, seller in control. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for the first 20 minutes. But, you know, if this really is institutional selling, you know, how many shares, what's the float here? Almost 900 million. We got a nice big cap stock here, capitalized at 16 billion. All right. Seller clearly in control. Can't get it all out at once. We know that. Nice period of consolidation before we get the break, which occurs right here to the downside. Right here. Nice clean entry. Let's look at the prior 15 minutes. 1, 2, 3. So see, when things set up like this, low risk. All right. This is our risk area right here in this little area. And it never even throws a wiggle. As soon as we get through here, hems and haws a little bit for about 10 minutes, and this is a nice, slow, orderly descent down. So at current levels, very good risk to reward scenario we have playing out here. Is it done for the day? Don't know. Looks like it's about to go tap lows. What do we got here? We got a nice intraday entry with a range break coinciding with a breakdown on the daily as well. Once again, that fractal pattern coming into play. Okay, the question is, how do I link the preferred stocks with a specific strategy? Well, it's been a while since I've visited the preferred. I don't know if we have that in a predefined list already. Go take a look at some of the predefined lists that we have. Well, while I'm looking through here, has anybody seen the preferred list that we have? I want to say we do, but it's just been so long, and these things. Let me ping somebody real quick here. Yeah, Meta, I can drop those into the chat here, but you can always find those scans in the Traders Vault. Just waiting to see what they come back with our preferred list. But the bottom line is this. Let's say the preferred list does exist in our predefined lists, okay? Notice the ones in blue are already available over here as a checkable list, okay? But let's say I wanted to add SPACs, right? I would just click, and then we would see the SPAC list show up. Well, I thought we would. What's it called? All SPACs, okay. So see, when I clicked on that, it turned blue, and then we have the all SPACs list. So that's how you get a list to show up, and then it's very simple just to point the window, any window, only the following list, check the appropriate list. Now, having said that, let's say you're maintaining your own list of preferreds. Same process, except you would first click on Tools and click on Symbol Lists. And here's where you can create and populate your own lists. And once you do that, you would go through the same process from Configure. You would first have to find the list that you created, activate it, then it shows up over here. Yeah, so I'm just getting some feedback from some of my other guys. I don't think we maintain a list of preferreds. But Sahar, does that make sense? Oh, okay. I mean, my stocks that I like. Okay, so you're just talking about pointing a window to your own custom list, correct? Or are you talking about the My Liked list up here when you click on the heart? Because if that's the case, we could just go stocks that I like, and this is a good time to pivot into the docked. So if I go to dock channel bar, and then we click on stocks I like, we'll get that layout to open up. And notice my liked stream right here. So Sahar, is this what you're referencing right here? The ones that I like, or just were you telling me the stocks that you like you want to make a list out of? Right, okay. So it's real easy to just save these windows to your cloud, right? And anytime you click on one, and you can import these windows, you don't have to go to the My Liked channel every time. We can just import these windows, save them to our cloud. If I just go save to cloud, right? And then I get rid of that docked window. If I spawn that window again from here, then I can find a place for it. Aha, did that. Okay, so what I would need to do if I didn't want it docked is pop it out. Duplicate into free floating window. Okay, now if I went like this and hit save, get rid of that, get rid of that. But I could have easily just parked that window. This one will not be attached to a dock. Okay. And notice this is only going to be attached to my liked personal list. Okay. So VSAT currently liked. If I uncheck it, the next refresh, VSAT will not come through there. And Meta the Vault is just over here on your channel bar. You see right here, Traders Vault. It's just one of the channels that myself, Steve, Andy, and Sean have placed a lot of our favorite scans in there. Okay, so let me back up here. We had some questions about docking B+. And interesting, Siri, that you bring that up, because I was observing some other people talking about that, and we had a new developers version get kicked out to us. We had some bugs in it. So I had to revert and then install the new one today. But I do believe And Jay, okay, so on your channel bar, just right over here, Traders Vault. Now I'm going to drop these two scans into the chat panel with the cloud links. But just so you know, when you go to the Traders Vault, these scans will be in there as well. Turbo down family, turbo up family, no resistance, no support. So I'll just go ahead and drop the cloud links in here now. There's that one. And here is this one. Okay, so let me take a look here. With the old docking. Oh, and by the way, swing trading. Remember, we have a swing ideas channel as well, which is really great for pulling up swing trades. So don't forget about that too for all of you interested in swing trades. Just a limited amount of windows here. Revenue growth fishing. This is another one of the windows that Andy developed. Folding in kind of what you were talking about there, circle, some fundamentals into the technical. Okay, so let's just do this. We'll name that. Okay. Yeah, I'm perfect. You know, the pullback to the 50 SMA has been, holding up relatively decent, but then again in this market, as we chop our way back to this level here, sorry, got a little bit of a lag here, what's going to happen, all right? Looking good thus far, but if we don't get a decent close above this level today, we could be zooming right back down here. And who knows how long we could be in this chop. Now, volume is okay today on the SPY, not quite one on the relative level, but it's going to kind of be crucial to see where this thing ends up today. If we're going to reclaim this level here or grind back down. And Assyria, I have not forgotten your question about docking B+. That's one topic that I have not familiarized myself with yet because it just came out the other day, the ability to do that. So let me play around here. Stand by 1 second. And that's not it. Okay, we're getting there. Open in dock window. Sorry guys, I'm getting some lag here. Get too many docks opened up. Okay, so check this out. To your question, Siri, and hopefully this works. Alright, so what I did is I went to settings, or excuse me, just to clarify here, tools, options. I'm in layouts, open in dock window. So, brokerage plus, maybe I have to crush mine first, okay. There we go. Okay. And that is how you do it. So, you got it, Siri? Alrighty, so that's how we do that. Yeah, I've been putting it off for a while, but I guess it's time for me to get a new computer because, man, my stuff is moving slow. Yep, see you later. Thanks for popping in. Okay, let's see. Have I missed anything? All right, looks like we're caught up on questions. I could have missed something. I'm scrolling back here. I don't think I did, but if I did, just resubmit it. But kind of going back to your topic earlier, circle. Really depending on the day, you could really get some high quality, swing candidates coming through the all-time highs, or if you're on the short side, the all-time lows, or it could be a window specifically designed, but, quality of pattern, unless we have some really tight, things dialed in as far as ranges go. But the hybrid model, folding in technical aspects, we've got our stock composite rating, which is kind of an amalgamation of technicals folded in with some fundamentals. So that's always a decent thing to take a look at. Here's a short swing, bounce below the 50 SMA short swing. Sure, Foxy, how do you get to the Trader's Vault? No problem. Let me just make sure I got my docs here closed down so I'm not lagging. Okay, so all we do is we just cruise over here to the channel bar. All right. Trader's Vault right here. So all we do to open that channel is just click on it. And that's how you get there. At which point in time you may go, well, why are all these boxes so small? And it's not really designed to be a functional, usable layout, so to speak. It's more designed as the vault where we've inserted our favorite scans. So you can see here's my little turbo series right here. The turbo up, no resistance. The turbo down, no support. Along with, other favorites by other people. Andy, Steve, Sean, etc. So, you can always pop these guys out and take a peek, and if you end up liking one, it's real easy just to right click and save these guys to your cloud. Yeah, no problem, LaFoxy. And Doug is asking how to change appearance and colors. Okay. Well, let's just go back over here. Lots of different ways to impact colorization. Okay, well, when we're talking about, let's talk about colorization in different windows. Okay, so for example, the alert window, probably about as simple as colorization gets. If we right click in an alert window, and we go to properties and select colors, what we do is we pick a color for bullish alerts, and you can see green, my text, with a black background. Now this is a bullish window, so I haven't even really bothered to configure these other alert color schemes, because all I'm using in this window is a new high, which is what we could call a bullish alert. So I want the background to be black. I want the text to be green. And as you can see there, as if we take a look at this history here, then we got the nice black background with the green forefront. Okay. So real simple with an alert window, and you can see the downside version, black background with red. Now, charting, we've recently added some new options. Okay, so I could go right here for charts, select background color, at which point I could pick solid background. You can see I've got gradient checked here, and I've got the nice kind of monochromatic gray gradient. Now I could always select here and pick a different gradient. Let's say more of a blue guy. I could click here, ooh, a little too bright, and just kind of click on these until I felt, I found something that was easy on my eye. But I'm more of a gray guy. So that's how we can select color, whether it be solid colors or gradients in the charts, just by right clicking and then selecting background color. So pretty simple with charts and alert windows. Where it gets a little trickier is with a top list. So if I spawn a top list, just to get an example up here, that is a docked one. That's because I told it to open everything in a docked window. So I'm going to go remove that. And we'll spawn one. We'll go through the colorization of that. Da-da-da. And Steve, I see your question there. So before we get into colorization here, the question is, when I open a channel, how do I connect all the pieces into one connected unit? So what you're saying there is, you know what? I'd like to open a channel here, but I'd like for it to be in its own container, or what we could refer to as docked. Okay. So keep in mind, the way my layout is functioning in its native format is in free-floating windows. All these windows are free-floating, right? So if I clicked on a channel, it would get rid of my current free-floating layout and it would open up the channel. But if I want to open up a channel without disturbing my free-floating layout, all I would do here is come here and go New, and then I would say Docked Channel Bar, and then we have a docked window here. Okay, so now say I want to go to Wall Street Bets, boom, I've got that channel opened up in a free-floating window, which I can easily move around, but it does not affect my existing free-floating layout. Okay, so just to walk you through that one more time, we would go New, Docked Channel Bar, boom, there you go, and then you can easily click on any channel and have it in a self-contained window here. Okay, so let's go into colorization on a top list, because as I pointed out earlier, charts, alert windows, pretty straightforward, pretty simple. Now when it comes to a top list, it gets a little more difficult. So you know what? Let me pick a better top list for this illustration. Something with a little bit more symbols on it. I haven't taken a look at this window in a long time, but it's an oldie but a goodie. A top list just showing me stocks with high volume, whether that be relative volume as we have here, or 10-minute volume, 5-minute volume, whatever your favorite smaller time frame might be. Hold on here, I seem to have messed up my pen. There we go. Okay, that's too big. There we go, that's just right. Yeah, Meta, I noticed that when you spawn a docked channel bar, for some reason, the Trader's Vault isn't present. Let me just verify that real quick here. Yeah, we're just going to have to get them to insert that one. I thought it had been done already. Obviously, it is not. So, yeah, it's just simply missing right now. Here we go with the free-floating window, Trader's Vault, right under Short Squeeze. There's Short Squeeze, no Trader's Vault. So we're just going to have to get that added. Hopefully, it won't take long at all. Okay, so getting back to colorization of a top list here. All right, you can see, and I do believe, if we go into configure, actually wrong thing there. Properties, select colors. Notice over here I've got relative volume selected, and that is the gradient color scheme that I've set up. So as the numbers get larger, we get this gradient, and as they get smaller, the gradient gets lighter. If I sorted this by another column, you see the gradient goes away. Once I resort on relative volume, boom, there we are. Okay. Now let's do this. Let's just get rid of the color scheme here. So if I say delete, boom, now we have no colors. Okay. So once again, if I wanted to, I would pick the metric that I want to establish the gradient for. We'll just use relative volume again, but you would find it over here and click on it. That way it knows, okay, we're going to be applying the gradient based on the values that this filter column is showing. All right. So you can see here what might be some good increments to pick. We could pick 3, 6, 9, 12, 15. That sounds like a pretty good place to start. We want to pick 5 numbers, because we've got 5 colors in these predefined gradient schemes here. So first I would say 3. I would say add 6, 9, 12, and 15. Okay, so I've set up my breakpoints there, 3, 6, 9, 12, 15. And then if I wanted to try out orange, I would just click here. And then, boom, we've got that orange gradient set up according to the values that we see here in relative volume. So it can seem a little complicated at first, but all we don't even worry about picking the color scheme first. We select our filter or our column that we want to colorize by. We insert the values, and then we start looking at different color schemes, right? I can just click once I get the values inserted. Maybe you're a rainbow unicorn person, which if I had to stare at this for too long, I think I might get sick. But hopefully that makes sense. If you need me to go back over anything, just let me know. Who was it that asked the question about colors? So that was Doug. Make sense, Doug? And I see your question there, Chris, on the single stock window. Okay. That's a good question. It might be in the process of being redone. Hold on a sec here. Yeah, it's just simply not present at this point in time. Yeah, so that might be something that's being changed at the time. I'm not sure about that one, to be quite frank. So let's do this. Let's go back in here. We'll open up docked version. Yeah. Yeah, I'm being told that it had to do with containers. Maybe they're having, if we look at each tab as a container in that single stock window, then it's probably going to be added back, but they're probably just having to retool some stuff, would be my guess. 1 second here. Yeah, and the user guide was recently distributed. Nice new user guide for trade ideas. Boy, my bookmarks are getting way too long. I need to do some house cleaning here. And for anybody that has not seen the new user guide, here's the link for that. All right, little time check here. We got about 12 minutes before the top of the hour. So you guys have been keeping me pretty busy. That makes the time go pretty fast. But if you have any other questions, go ahead and throw them in there. PRLB, all right. Going back to interesting swing trade setups. A lot of these have been popping here lately. You know, things that have been beaten down. What we could refer to as a trend reversal, all right. Little PRLB, doing some crazy volume today. And, you know, getting right up to these levels here. If it has more juice in it, well, potentially tomorrow we might be, you know, pecking at this level here. And we were talking about this window yesterday. It's been a long time since I pulled it up here, but for these types of plays, pardon me, trend change lubricant factor. And I was just looking at my timestamp there. If we were to go all the way back, this from back from 2016, around about there. Okay, beam, see, interesting. Starting to take its bounce there. AXDX kind of, train's already kind of left the station there. GBT, man, once it popped that level, it's got some moxie. Maybe we got this level here in play. Good old Tupperware. So this is also another decent window that can be used to find things that have been basing out for a while that are kind of getting their wind back in the sails, so to speak. What are my thoughts on MU? Well, just take a gander here. All right. Okay. Getting very interesting. Okay. You know, going all the way back to these levels here, back in 2018. Let's put some simpleton lines up here. And that's exactly where we're looking right here. So, come on chart, you can expand. I mean, what was that, 2-3 days ago? We kissed that level right there. So it might not be a bad bounce play. You know, if things got extreme and the sellers kicked in and that little area from back there did not hold up, then perhaps, you know, we have to get into the tops right here, coinciding with what we saw back here in the beginning of the year. So decent risk, decent swing trade risk. You know, if I had to place a bet here going long, this would be my risk area here. So you would need to size up size down accordingly. You know, if you're thinking to yourself, well, if I'm getting long at 67, of course, you know, depending on your risk tolerance, right? Based on that area back there, sizable risk. But keep in mind, as always, right here you see our swing exit. which it just basically kissed it, right? So depending on your size and your risk tolerance, swing exit right here, or if you want to give yourself a little bit more time, you do a lot less size and see if those other levels hold up. Are there any performance measurement tools that could be used for the output of scanners? Well, that just makes me think of our backtester. Kind of sounds like that fits the bill there. So for example, let's say I wanted to backtest this window at random, right? Right click, backtest the strategy, and then our backtester pops up. You can see here we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different panels, right? And now, of course, this is from a statistical viewpoint. Let's just say, obviously this strategy here is not for automation. Am I jumping into every symbol as soon as I see it? No, I'm sizing it up on the chart, seeing if the timing is right, the risk is in place, and then I might pull the trigger. But I might have to scan through 10 or 20 symbols before I find one where the timing and the risk is appropriate. But we can take a window, an alert window only. That's the only window that we can backtest. And we can set up parameters and go, okay, if I wait 15 minutes, sit out the first 15 minutes, and then anytime something comes across here, I buy it. And I could use a timed exit of an intraday period, or at the market next open, at the next open or the next close, for swing trades or intraday trades. But let's just say, okay, 30 minutes. Could set up profit targets and stop losses. Can say how many days to back test. These are trading days. Sorry, my phone is blowing up right now. And then we could just hit simulate buy. And it's going to go back over that past 40 days, apply our rule set, and show us how we would have done going long or short in that particular strategy. So Meta, I think that's kind of in the same vein that you were getting at there. If you meant something different, by all means, let me know. And obviously you can see here just blindly taking every trade that comes through that window, probably not a good idea since we are looking at a negative return there. Or 45% of these trades work, but 27 cents on the average winner, 24 cents on the average loser. Not something you would want to go to bat with, as it's losing more than it's winning, as we can see here from the projected monthly and annual negative returns there. Ideally, when you're back testing, you want to end up with more favorable results. So I'll just get an example of a good looking back test up here. A lot of people get it in their heads they have to develop strategies that are 65% successful, 70% successful. But that's not necessarily true. A lot of it is dependent upon the spread between your average winner and loser. And the bigger that spread is, the less favorable your actual success rate has to be. So here's an example of a decent looking backtest. Let's say we were just throwing $1,000 into each trade. We need this much buying power, so adjust the equity for a 4-to-1 ratio. And you can see now we got something that might be worth taking a stab at. Looking at the daily, sure, we're going to have our losing days, but we got a lot more green winning days up here. We got a nice dime spread in between average winner and loser. Interesting metrics down here. When it does go on a losing spree, only 2 days in a row, whereas when it goes on a winning run, we've had 12 consecutive green days in a row and only 2 consecutive red days in a row. Now that can be a little misleading because, this would have been a choppy little period here, even though there's a winning day in between those 3. And then, of course, once we backtest, all these metrics are nice, but we can go to the calendar and we can see all the individual trades, right? So yesterday, we did have a losing day. I could pull up these stocks and I could see the exact time of entry based on my dollar amount of $1,000. Well, actually, I think I changed that. Yeah, okay. And based on your dollar amount, how many shares you were in, exact entry time, exit time, and was it a winner or a loser. And once you jump down the backtesting rabbit hole, it does become quite addicting. It's a great tool. All right, got about 2 minutes before Barry shows back up here, so I guess we could say last call for questions. And just as a reminder, anytime we want a new window to show up in a docked window, we would just go to options and make sure this little box right here is checked. If we click open and dock window, then anytime we go new and open something up, it's going to open it in a docked container versus a free floating window. You talking about the addictive nature of backtesting, Chris? I would assume you are. Okie dokie. We are at the top of the hour. Indeed you are. WBA been on a lot of radars as of late. Boy, what a hairy little daily candle. And of course we can see, look at that little U period. Boop. And then off to the races. Some decent relative volume in that one today. All right, Barry just told me that he is back streaming, so thanks everybody for popping in for the support session. Hope everybody's having a good day. Have a good Friday tomorrow as well, and we'll see you guys next week. Bye-bye for now.
Oh man, Pathum, where is the support? I mean, there's the 200-day way down here for PAVM. So let's see if there's any news. Ah, interesting. So this is linked to that LUCD? Ah, okay. So that's why Pathum has been sinking, guys. This has been, so far, a bit of a disaster IPO. The IPO was priced at $14 a share. Okay, $14 a share. So this is not good at all on the opening day. But Pathum, I guess this is a subsidiary of PAVM. Hence, PAVM sinking along with LUCD. All right, you guys can hear me in YouTube, I hope. I accidentally shut down the browser, so I'm hoping you guys can hear me in YouTube still. I think Jamie just exited. If you guys can hear me, maybe just say yes. Okay, thank you, Chris. Thank you. Okay. So anyway, guys, so that's why, you know, it is helpful to know why something is happening. And now we know why PAVM, I couldn't quite figure it out, but look at PAVM and LUCD. So try to remember this little pattern here. And then LUCD, when it opened. And what time is this? This is 11 o'clock. Let's take a look at PAVM again. When did it start to really sink? Right here, right at 11 o'clock. So that's when LUCD opened. And LUCD has been sinking, and because this is a subsidiary of PAVM, that's the reason this has been going down. I'm going to take a look at, I want to see who's behind this one and why they couldn't support it, why they could not support this today. All right, so Lucid. Yeah, well, I don't know. Okay, so they've got Cantor and Canaccord. They're the main ones, and the co-managers are Needham and BTIG. So it doesn't have some, not real heavy, super heavyweights. No, I know. I'm not getting it mixed up with LCID. It's LUCD. So they don't really have real strong heavyweights behind them. Interesting. So, you know, I mean, obviously if LUCD goes up tomorrow, this will probably, I'm sure this will drag this one up also. And they're talking, this one being PAVM. EJH, haven't seen this one for a bit. Remember, my goodness, when this one was for no reason. Oh, that's right. This is this China. It's China, right? Yeah. This was this China IPO. I think it was priced around $4. And it, you know, in a couple of days it got up to 80. And then, of course, reality set in. That's why it looks so crazy here on a daily chart. So speaking of IPOs, are you anybody interested in tracking IPOs? This is not so, it's sort of a half and half that you can do within Trade Ideas, not completely, but if anybody is interested, I can show you how you can track IPOs, especially when they launch and all that. Boy, PAVM just continues down here. Okay, we only have one person who wants to track. I need one more person, Dev. It's just a little trick. Okay, catch you in. Okay, gotta make it worth my while. Okay. Okay, so this is what I do. Now I haven't been that interested in the IPOs in the last little while, but let's assume I get interested again. Okay, so this is the website that I use. It's called IPO Scoop. All right, and here's an IPO, and I'll give you the link. So this is the link that I use to find the IPOs in the first place. Okay, so that's number one. I mean, you have to have a way to know when the IPOs are coming. So you can take a look at the IPO calendar, and you can see, this GTLB that just soared. There was the price, the IPO price, and what is it, 90 odd now? Big guys behind it: Goldman Sachs, J.P. Morgan, Bank of America. Okay, so this is where you would start. Okay, now call it the trick. So we are now on the 14th. Okay, so here's tomorrow. Here are a couple of IPOs tomorrow. So we have CING, 4.4 million shares at 8. So this is a really small one, but some of those can be really interesting. So this is what I do. I'm going to take CING. I'm going to enter it as a chart. Of course, it's not trading yet, so you're not going to expect any data. But now, here's what I do. Now let me just move this up just a little bit here. Okay, so I'm looking at the IPO, and I'm finding out who's behind it and the price range, and how many shares. Okay, why I'm going to do that is because, so now this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to right click, and I am going to create a price alert. Now, we know it's going to open over 1. Okay, so I'll put a price alert at 1. Because when it opens, it's going to pop up then from my price alerts. I also, a little bit of work, but it's kind of fun because it's kind of nice to know who's behind it, maybe the price, how many shares. So in my notes section, I'll say 4.4 million at 8 to 10. Okay? So now I have an idea, because when it opens, I'll see the note. What if it opens at 15? Then I know, wow, okay, it's way above the IPO price. I'll also put, this is Oppenheimer, and just, I'll put abbreviated, Oppenheimer, maybe I know LAD, and that's about it. Okay, so I now know who's behind it. I know this is in the notes section, and now I just save it. Done. I will go to the next one, do the same thing, for tomorrow. Friday, so here's another one. Okay, so I would just go through these. So on Saturday, as an example, I would load this window and run through all the IPOs that are going to happen in the upcoming week. And just, it's an exercise, might take you, 10 minutes or so. But once you have that done, I think you have a lot more information then than just seeing it pop up on your screen from our halt scanner. Because now, okay, there it is, okay? And so when it starts to trade tomorrow, because I've got my price alerts minimized, it's going to pop up on my screen, and I'll see the note immediately. I'll click on it, and I'll see everything about it. So I think that is, a combination. Sure, you've got to go outside of Trade Ideas to find the IPOs, and then use our price alerts to give a little bit of information about them, and also you'll get notified exactly when they open. Exactly. It's people have asked us many times, do you have an IPO scanner? So we don't have an IPO scanner, but in my opinion, this is better, because I really think you should know. If when you see this GTLB and you see it opens at 96 and you don't have any reference about who's behind it, what price was the IPO, you might go, oh, okay, that's fine. But knowing that it's at 77, knowing that Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, and the big guys are behind this, it gives you a different feel for it. Okay? No problem, everybody who was interested in that. Okay, so Black Dog, are you using, when you're opening a channel, how are you opening it? New, do you have dock channel bar as an option? Do you have that as an option? Initial public offering, IPO, initial public offering. That's when a company starts to trade as a public company. It was a private company before, and now they're going public. And usually, it's a big reward to the people who toiled for years and years as a private company, and now they're able to, eventually sell shares. They'll have shares of the company, and so Black Dog, can you hear me? By the way, a Siri, are you okay? I want to talk to a Siri also if you're still in the room. Okay, so when you click on new, are you clicking on docked channel bar? Not channel bar. I'm hoping they get rid of this. In fact, in the marketing meeting, I'm going to ask, I don't know if you guys still see channel bar. I asked to get rid of it. Do you click on docked channel bar? Is that an option that you have? When you click from our toolbar, click on new. Do you have an option that's called docked channel bar? Yes? No? Yes. Okay, but sure. But your layout is saved. Your layout is still saved. Okay, so now let's look at a layout. So now you can take this layout. Is there a way to group or connect it? But you want to you can move it to another monitor. You can just take it and move it to another monitor. Is that not what you want to do? I don't know what you mean. Does the TI bar on top connect also? I mean, this is. I don't know. I don't know exactly what you mean by that. I mean, it's not connected. It's not going to show up here, like as a tab or something. But I thought all you wanted to do was be able to click on a channel, and here's the layout, and then be able to move it to another monitor, like I'm doing. I'm moving it off, so that you can have that channel up and running all the time. So you can load this channel bar many times if you want. New dock channel bar. And so now I've got two channels open at the same time. I'm not 100% sure what is the purpose of that. Now I've got two channels open at the same time. And as well, my layout still remains. I guess you can't do what you want to do. I mean, I'm thinking that this is a pretty good solution. It's just that you're not going to see it in up here, but this is just the general toolbar. Like, do you want to move? Okay. You want to move this whole toolbar like to another monitor? Oh, okay. Okay. Well, okay, but the channels are all here. They're all accessed. So if you're talking about, okay, I think maybe now I know. You can't do it. So you're talking about now. I've got a channel open. And where's my toolbar? So what you're saying is now you want to move this toolbar and you want to have the channel move with it. Is that what you mean? Like along with, no, you can't do that. You're the first person to ask me, that sort of a question. What would be the purpose of that in order to move the toolbar off? Yeah. What would be the purpose of that? I mean, you notice what I do. I mean, my toolbar is here all the time, upper left-hand corner of my main monitor. There's never an occasion where I'd want to move this to another monitor. I mean, I'm not saying that there aren't people like yourself who want to do that, but I'm trying to figure out why I would want to do that. But that's the whole idea. Okay, before we had the dock channel bar, William, before we had this dock channel bar, this is what people would do. They would take the toolbar and you would put it in the upper left-hand. You can still do this too, okay? You can still do this. You'd put the toolbar in your upper left-hand corner, okay, and designate as your main monitor. Now, you arrange all of your Trade Ideas windows exactly where you want them on your main monitor, and if you have other monitors, on your other monitors. Okay, 6 monitors, fine. Okay? All right. Probably too many, but that's okay. So I've got 3 32-inch 4K monitors. So you've seen me bring this one in, it's on another monitor. So arrange all of your Trade Ideas windows on the monitors as you want them, all 6 of your monitors. And then designate one monitor as your main monitor. And then what you do is click on Tools, Options, Layouts. You see where it says Open Relative to Main Window? You check that and save it. When you close down Trade Ideas, okay, and then open it up again, all your Trade Ideas windows will be exactly where you want them and all your X number of monitors. That's the best we can do for you. I don't know anything. I guess we can't do exactly what you want, but now if you wanted to, if you're doing other things, you can always close down all your windows. Close all your windows. Okay, so you just have a toolbar, and then you can do other things, and then you can show all your windows. I mean, if that's it. But yeah, you'll have to send, I don't know if you can do that. A cloud save layout to be loaded into a docked window. Well, let's see, Autolicus. I haven't tried that, but let's just see if that's possible. Is it going to be possible for me to do that? Yeah, because I don't have any of these things. If I load a layout, it's what my layout is. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. I'd have to. I can't do it because I don't want to lose my layout, you know. So if I load another layout and then see if I can dock it. See, this is what I would do. Let's try it this way. I don't think you're going to be able to do that. Yeah, I was thinking, you know, you could create a giant docked window with as your layout, but I'm trying to actually take this one, you know, this is just a docked window, and I'm trying to see, but I don't get the option to duplicate it into, you know, test 2. Whereas if I want to put this one into test 2, right click, duplicate into test 2. So my guess is no. My guess is no, Autolike, is that you cannot take a layout because because I don't know where you'd click to get that, you know, right click and then duplicate into the dock. I don't think you can do that. It's only individual scans, top list windows, charts, you can do it. I'm going to be in the marketing meeting at 2, though. I'll ask the question. Somebody should know. Actually, I know who I'll ask right now. Yeah, I'm you know thinking about it again. I just don't see how you can do it because your layout is just full of free. I'm sorry, free floating windows. Okay, it's just full of free floating windows. So I just don't see that there's an option to do it. Well, if I right click but I don't see where it says I can duplicate it, but not into, well, unless, yeah, it just duplicates it, that's all. I don't want to duplicate it, I want to put it into a new docked window. Unless I'm, that's what, the question was, can I take a layout and put it into a docked window? And I don't see any way how you can do it. The layout's made, well, I even tried, imagine this was a layout. You know, this was just a layout. And there's no way, it doesn't give me the option to duplicate it into a new docked window. Anyway, you guys are always challenging me. Don't know what you mean by that, David. Today is a big day for a potential close above a level. You're being very cryptic. Oh, you mean the SPY. You're talking the SPY. Okay. You're talking, what stock are you talking? Or are you talking about the SPY? Okay. Luis, you have cryptically asked me something which I have no idea what you mean. Do I buy Shiba though? I don't know what you mean by that. Oh, crypto. Sorry. No, we don't scan for crypto. We have no scanners for crypto. So personally, no, I don't get involved in crypto at all. AGC is a blank check company. Do I hide my bias? I know it showed up in the option scanner. It's a blank check company. High was 11.12, so it's got just a little bit of room. This would just be a scalp trade for me if I do take this one. I'm just a little bit biased against taking these blank check ones that show up in the option scanner. Lots of volume though, 42,000 contracts, 9.6 times normal. So something's happening with this one. Who are they trying to buy? Or merge? Boy, this go has just been and it's funny, on the 11th, which is 3 days ago, the big news, multiple insiders sold grocery outlet. Had no effect. Zero effect. Well, maybe this was the effect ahead of it, but now that that's over with, look at this. Yeah. First of all, what free time? And no. That's RBLX. My Mind, MYMD. Or MyMD, sorry. Yeah. Interesting. You're right, it does keep month after month, just inch by inch. But there was a big volume pop right there. On CNBC's lightning round, Mad Money's lightning round on October the 8th, Jim Cramer said, "My MD, very speculative, and one needs to be gutsy to buy it." That was on October the 8th. All right, guys. Well, man, my alerts have just dried up. Just checking some of the option scanner alerts. So the only one, but it was awesome, was the NRXP. The AGC, again, it's a SPAC, so I'm not wild about it. And the RVNC would have to get back up to 23. Let me back this out on the daily chart for gold. What's the next high looking left? This is what a run it's been on. Probably getting really close to some resistance level though, but $1 away from all this activity at $25 right here. So it's probably getting very close to a resistance level. Tip T. Just showed up here. Now, look left. What do we see? 1548 and 1526. So it's just got these two little areas here on that weekly chart. What a week it's had though. But you can see there's the month. You can just see that might stall it. But, the big but, I'm going to put a price alert at around 1550. Why? Well, obviously, if it takes that out, this is an all-time high. Okay, so if it takes that out, who knows? It could go on a huge run still. Look at the AGC, my bias. Jeez. Just watching the AGC. Guys, I'm just watching the AGC here. Sort of a red bar ignored, sort of, on the 5-minute chart. All right, guys. Oh, this is probably what happened. 12:38. No, 1:40. When did that alert happen? TIPT at 1:39, 15:20. Okay, so it really hasn't moved. I'm not taking it unless it takes out that high. Another one that was up flying high in the pre-market, SNTG. Market opens, just fades all day, SNTG. We see so many like that. Well, moment of truth coming for TIPT. Getting closer. Not that far away from that high, about 30 cents, 20 cents away. All right, well, there's AGC. I can't do it. I can't do it. What is the volume? TIPT. What is the volume? Yeah, I mean, relative volume. This doesn't trade that much. I mean, it did have that. Well, I shouldn't say that. It had that huge day here. Relative volume is still, good. But you're right. 340,000 isn't huge. Was it yesterday or was it 2 days ago? I thought it was 2 days ago, Zach. I know it had moves 2 days ago, for sure. That's why it popped. Just the fact that it's a SPAC, Ija. I just find that they really don't have a. I mean, I shouldn't have the bias. I've seen them in the past work not too badly. A lot of times, what happens is they whip up and right back down. So you've got to be very nimble. But that's the only reason. If it were a different sort of a stock, I'd probably say great because it had 1112 as the next high looking left. Meanwhile, Go continues, but we're getting. Be interesting to see what this one does tomorrow because 25 is a lot of stuff happening at 25. 25. It'll be interesting to see what happens. Yeah, HLBZ, let's see, 1181 was the first alert. No, it must have really dropped. Oh, okay, so now this is showing up now as a new low. Boy, this, I tell you, if this tip T gets through 1550, who knows where it's going. Even if it is on low volume. It could be a swing. Simple. All right, guys. So what time is it? 11:40, 1:47. Getting close to my marketing meeting at 2 o'clock. So I had just a little piece of this left. Okay, this OCGN. It held 10. If it broken right down through 10, I would have got out of everything. Did trade a lot out of here when it was making that big move down. Now it's at the high of the day. I think 1060 is the high of the day. So see where it goes from here. OCGN. It was actually the AI's had a pretty good day. I mean, look at this is what I'm seeing here. Obviously, this is the star, 11.6%, but the PLXP almost 6%, and some more expensive ones. So the AI's had a pretty good day actually. Yeah, so all I like is I just got a confirmation. Yeah, that can't be done. You can't take a layout and load it into a dock. Okay, this one not to be confused with KOSS, but KOS kind of on the move. But again, wow. So you look left on this monthly chart for KOS, okay? Energy stock. And if it can somehow, won't happen today, I'm sure, but somehow get through 4, look at the room it's got. Look at that room on the monthly chart. But it has to get through 4. Well, HLBZ on the way down here, a little bit of a breakout of consolidation on this candle and following through. The low is down here around 1025. It had some news that got people excited. Going to stream in Italy. I know there are huge NFL fans in Italy. Are there? But some NFL team, unnamed, see, now it says just NFL content. Originally it said it had an agreement with an unnamed team. You know what? I may have read that wrong. It was blurry this morning. Maybe because now I'm reading it, I could have sworn it said and an NFL team, but I think now it's reading and the NFL team. In other words, partnering. The Bears. I must have read that wrong. I could have sworn it here originally. Maybe I didn't read it wrong. Maybe it was just a kind of erroneously put out there. But it looked to me like it was some NFL team. But now I guess it is the NFL team with them. They're a little bit different. But still, this is in Italy. Broadwind, or not, is it this Broadwind? Or, yeah, Broadwind, BWEN. Boy, this used to be a super active stock years and years ago. BWEN, on the move a little bit here. A lot of volume just came in, too. A lot of volume. Oh, there's a big pop now for BWEN. Well, let's take a look at this on the monthly chart. Next high looking left on the monthly chart is 407, so it's not that far away. But see, on the weekly chart, you've got all these little areas that maybe struggle to get through. I mean, there's the fantasy area up around 5 on that weekly chart. I don't know, is there some specific news for BWEN? I don't see any specific news for it, just kind of scanning headlines here. I don't see any specific. He wants windmills? I mean, I understand, but I'm looking today to see if there's anything. All right, guys, getting set for this marketing meeting in about 3 minutes or so. No, not looking at it. Boy, look at Tiger. Wow. Talk about a base. Look at this base on the 15-minute chart. TIGR. Just beautiful short at the beginning of the day, and then it just sat here now for a long time. All right, go. Let's see if it can go. I mean, He's got the room to 25. It's kind of rested a bit here. All right, guys, I'm going to put myself, or get the announcement in now, get myself on mute. All right, guys, I'm back. This is one that I did not. Now, guys, we were watching this TIPT. I mean, it's at a critical level right here. Okay, it tried to get through that 1550 one time. Let's see if it does it again. Well, I'm back on Claudia. Claudia, I'm back on. Now, one that I missed completely. Look at this, and this could be really interesting tomorrow. It showed up on the ones moving down. Just got to find it now. It was BYRN. BYRN. This is just getting crushed. But it started yesterday. BYRN. It started yesterday. Take a look at this on the monthly chart. I mean, there's a lot of support quite far away. 1160 or so for BYRN. Now that showed up on the 10-day daily breakdown at 1770. So up in this area right here, and it's just continuing down. And on the weekly chart, the same sort of thing. I mean, the next low looking left is that low down here. So I'm kind of waiting to see if it takes out 17 even. I mean, it might be super late, but tomorrow I'm going to be watching this one for a couple of reasons. Does it bounce or does it just continue down? Yeah, you too, Thomas. ALPP, you're making me look at a pink sheet stock that's going to start trading on 1020. Okay. Ah, go, go, go. Yeah, I do see that. They approved the list on NASDAQ. Yeah, effective October 20th. Okay. So that was a fake break so far, guys. TIPT was definitely a fake break. Gotta watch this one. I still have my alert set up here and see if it takes it out later or tomorrow. I mean, if it takes it out tomorrow, of course, it's an all-time high. That was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 months ago, half a year ago, these highs. I'll be right back. Okay, are there definitions? Probably not. Let's, I mean, some of them are sort of obvious, but let me just see. So you went to the guide, the new guide? Okay. Then the answer is no. If there are no, I mean, some of them are, going to be fairly obvious, but the answer is no then. Yeah. My opinion, we have too many columns. Too many, okay? We've way overcomplicated it. So for me, I'd get rid of probably 75% of this. All right, well that's easy. Today's profit is today's profit. When you exit a trade, that's the profit. So for instance, in this one, the SPIR, okay, well not exit the trade, but when you're still in the trade, I'm still in. Remember now, this isn't the simulator, okay? So this is telling me what the profit is right now. I'm still in the trade. If I exit the trade, well, let's see. Let me take the trade again. Okay, so what was it? It was 950, right? Oh, I see what you're saying. So it doesn't show you the profit of the current. I see what you mean. So this is the total profit. Um, um, let's see if is there anything that says current profit? No, I know, I know. How about unrealized profit? Oh, you answered. I didn't see that. Yeah. How about unrealized profit? I guess David was just pointing that out. I guess that'll do it. Thank you, David. But I just noticed that. Yeah. I mean, it. I guess that makes sense. Unrealized profit. Well, this makes sense though. Yeah. This makes sense though. I mean, you're in this trade. This is what it is right now. This is what's happened to date. If you've been in multiple times. BBIG. These things, some of these things just don't want to die. Who was that guy? Will Mead, whatever his name was. Is that his name? That was all over this and then dumped it. Wonder if he's tweeting it out again. Boy, oh boy, I mean, what is going on with this one? I'm just trying to see. So Raymond James on the 11th maintains a strong buy in this one at $34 a share. Well, this will have to do for now. And then up, then down, getting your exercise. That's a good one, Matt. I actually do use it. All right, guys, we're getting close to the end of another session. So before I do shut the room down, one last look at the link for the test drive. Still time. Tomorrow is the last time, sometime during, I think, yeah, it's over tomorrow to sign up for the test drive. You can still sign up tomorrow, but after that, no more signing up for the test drive. So you sign up for it, you're not going to get 10 days. If you sign up right now, you'll get basically 6 trading days. All right. All right, there you are. If you want to take a look at our premium service, if you're a standard subscriber right now, you can do it. Again, it'll cost you, well, I guess that's a little less than $2 a day, just to try us out. Once it's over, it's over. Nothing to do. Don't have to unsubscribe from anything. We don't put you into a subscription. And let's take a look at my home page. Lots of information on my home page. So when you click on my link, let's see, this is not what you'll see. This is not what you'll see, nor that. I guess I better click on the link. Okay, so here's a way you want to take out a subscription right now. Promo code to use, get 15% off the first month only or the entire year. These are the 3 free sections. The trade of the week, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Stock of the day video that I've already done. I do them at noon. All the education right here, including, I don't even want to call it the new improved user guide because we didn't have one. So the new user guide, okay? Lots of great information in the user guide. Okay, nicely categorized. Okay, you click on the full table of contents. So much information is in this. And that, I got to hand it to Stephanie. I know I keep lauding her on this, but I mean, man, what a job. What a job. I mean, it's painstakingly difficult. Well, it's not that it's difficult. It just takes a lot of time and effort and attention to detail. So anyway, I mean, it's fantastic job. Oops. And then, you know, you want to get some quick introductory lessons. You know, what is a top list? What is an alert window? Creating them. Quick introductory lessons right here. Daily support, again, in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. Also, you can join at 3:30. Chris Farley is doing this now from 3:30 to 4:30. So for those of you who can't get enough of the market, etc., you can always rejoin the YouTube room at 3:30. The webinars will start not next week, but the week after. They're on hiatus for this during the test drive. You can sign up for them all right here. These educational videos probably not as necessary anymore now that we have the guide. But the back to basics. If you're new to trading, please take a look at these short videos. If you're brand new to trading, you're sort of scratching your head and going, well, what is a stock? Well, it starts off with what is a stock? And then scans, all my scans that I'm sharing. I have a layout here. It looks a lot like the layout that you see. And then individual scans. I would really take a look at these, the moving higher with unusually strong options and the daily breakdown, the daily breakout. I would look at these three. Good information there. Bottom line is save my link. Especially these two sections, so much information. So save my link and then you can look at it all when you want to. You are more than welcome, Meta. Meta or Meta. Yeah, I don't use level 1 or 2. I don't use level 2, no. I think it's okay. I mean, the guide, I don't know what's missing. I mean, you said there are only 29. I can't imagine what's missing. Sam. Yeah, the new guide is, it's awesome. It's funny because, you know, we have these marketing meetings every Tuesday and Thursday, and for the last few months, you know, we kind of go around. There's about 13, 14, 15 people in there, and we sort of have a little say if we have anything to say. And Stephanie is always saying, no, just working on the guide. No, just working on the guide for months. And then one day she said, the guide's finished. And there it was. All right, guys. So, again, I'm getting close to shutting the room down. So, are there any last questions? Don't forget tomorrow, especially if you're into shorting, you know, you could have my gap down. I'm sharing, and again, if you see the same stock in the gap down and in the daily breakdown, really pay attention to it. And they'll happen early. Typically, they do happen rather early. Well, I have to admit, I thought this was more at the same time, but that's an hour later. Even so, an hour later. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. Yes, it is. Just a minute, I have to figure that out. I don't think that's an hour later. I think that's the last time it made a new low. Yeah. That's the way it's organized. So, you know, take a look at those two and compare. There's not so many. And usually it'll happen, usually in the first 5 minutes or so. Yeah, don't rub it in, Zach. I don't think we have shorts available for DATs. Yeah, don't rub it in. Look at this though, yeah, I mean, you're basically going to wipe out that, could wipe out that big green candle on the open. Yeah, and you know that we don't have shorts available. We, when I say we, I'm talking IB. At least I don't think they're available yet. Not yet. Not yet. All right, guys. I'm actually just kind of waiting on BYRN. I may take a late, like power hour short, whatever you want to call it, if it really breaks down through 17. It's just kind of basing here. It's got no support until about that 1230 level. Looking at the daily and the weekly, just want to see if it keeps moving down. All right, KTTA. Let me see. I hesitate to put this in. I wonder what the price is. Oh, okay, it's not. I thought it was going to be like under a penny, a perfect circle. But yeah, getting some volume coming in. KTTA. Not very much volume. All the volume is right here. 144,000 shares traded. 91,000 on that candle right there. Yeah, not there's nothing. Yeah, there's nothing next week either. Nothing today. During the test drive, they don't do them, but it'll resume a week Monday. You too, Maida. Have a great day. Okay, guys, I don't see any new questions, so I think I'll wrap it up now. Thanks a lot for all the help. Tomorrow is the end of the first week of the test drive. That's just opened. That's just open. Wow, on the way down. Oh, actually, I guess it popped a little bit of a pop up. Back to the old days, LCID. How is that doing this? The one that opened today, LC. Wow, still under. Keep an eye on this one. I mean, you know what? Put an alert at 14. If it ever, that was the IPO price. Who knows? Maybe sometime, not tomorrow, probably not today. But who knows? Maybe it'll come back. Well, but there was nothing next week, Arif. Okay. So it'll start a week Monday. I don't know what the rotation is, but if you sign up for them, you'll be notified when they are. I don't know if when they start I think it's the Monday Wednesday rotation. Then the following week it's Tuesday Thursday. But if you sign up for them, you'll get the notification. Definitely nothing next week though. Okay, everybody. I shall shut this room down. I'll open it tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern. So have a great evening, everybody. And I'm just getting my script together. We shall see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.